So did mine, but it doesn't seem to have happened to anybody else on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. What a sack of shit. Yeah, I imagine just shitty Tampa internet's what took that one out. Thanks to the resub Greywater. Yeah, I don't know. OBS crashed. Internet crashed, there's no telling. Well, internet didn't crash, but there's no telling. Watch some god-awful British game shows. That's not even fun bad, that's just boring. Thanks to Prime Dylan. I'll probably just do Uno. Uno sounds kind of nice. I'll give it a second and fire up Uno. Thanks to the resub, Decimox. What do you mean, no chess? Doing chess at midnight. Thanks to Prime Moku. I haven't done chess in a while. Thanks to the gift sub Gaming Dog. I keep lagging for you? What do you mean? Is it lagging? No, it's fine. Thanks to the tier 1 Razzle McFrazzle and the resub Wookie. It's just something with either OBS or Twitch. Or the city. Could be anything, really. But it's not me in particular. Thanks to the resub, Sandy. Am I in the Cyberpunk game? Of course I'm not in the fucking Cyberpunk game, Jesus. Why would they ask me to? I know, Carnage is in it. But why the fuck would they ask me to be in the Cyberpunk game? Thanks to the resub Blue and Mostly Red. You Are Not the Father is a terrible show and you're not even getting the goddamn name of the show right. It's not the name of the show. Christ, you watch the fucking YouTube compilations and don't even know the name of the show. It's The Murray Show. It's boring. It's fake. Wake up. Play only pawn chess. It's an interesting spin on the classic, I suppose. Thanks to the Prime, Samantha. And the resub Cross. Thanks to the resub High Ridge. Alright, let's fire up Uno. Yeah, I'm gonna do Uno. I gotta hold the crown. Thanks to the Prime. 0. How do I move this again? It's like Shift, Windows key, and then the arrows. Thanks to the resub Slap Addict. And the Prime Noob Guy. Do you still play Overwatch? I haven't played Overwatch in 2 years, 3 years even. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Samantha, appreciate it. And the 2 gift subs, Gaming Dog, thanks for the generosity. There we go. Alright. Thanks to the Prime Dulces. And the 3 gift subs, Gaming Dog. Oh, I forgot to turn off Boner Jams. Ever gonna go back to Soul Calibur? When the developers do, sure. When that game gets fixed and actually works. Like the spectate tools don't just constantly crash. Thanks to tier 1 Dylan. Dishonored's good. I don't know if I'd really want to play through them on stream though. There's the Prime Vanilla. Do you plan on getting a PS5? Yeah. Thanks for the gift sub, Gaming Dog. Thanks for generosity, man. Well, this isn't working. Let's try that again. Okay. I get the feeling maybe Ubisoft's servers are down. Thanks to the resub, Levin, Squid, Forgot, and DuckTales. Yep, I think Ubisoft is taking a fat shit on this. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Miller. Well, fucking awesome. Now we're cooking. Great. Thanks to the gift sub, Atumbra. And the resub, Tinge and Moon. Okay, well, it was a good idea. Alright, now what? Boner Jam's coming back on. Main warehouse. We're not doing YouTube tonight, so I won't be watching it on stream, but if it's some like suggestion for a show, I'll check it out. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories when I was a kid. I used to like it. Thanks for the gift sub, Grease. And the gift sub, Gaming Dog again. No, we're not playing Persona tonight. I have an hour and a half before chess starts. I'm not gonna start Persona. Holy shit. Thanks for another fat 5 gift subs, Gaming Dog. Thank you, man. For Honor, Metro Exodus, or Trine with Jackson. Those are cute. Maybe For Honor, not tonight. Maybe I probably won't ever play For Honor. I guess we'll see. Thanks to the resub, Winter. Can't click video links, man, and I'm not watching YouTube tonight. Thanks to the resub, Jins. Don't have my Switch for Smash. A fat old tier 2, thanks, Gaming Dog. Thank you, man. Which state is better, Florida or Alabama? Probably Florida. I don't know much about Alabama besides like that southern sister kissing shit. That's what I like to hear, GT. Glad you're having fun, man. Keep up the good work on chess. Thanks for Prime T. Drawing contest for a chance to be featured on the wall behind you. What an adorable idea. Well, I don't even know what the like drawing contest would be about though. I don't want to just hang anything. Upgraded to a tier 3. Thanks, Gaming Dog. Enjoy that beef testosterone emote, man. That's a really cute idea though. Thanks for the gift, Sebatumbra. No, I'm just gonna watch Tower of God anime. I'm not gonna read it. Never do. A dick drawing contest. That'd be cool for my my nice little room here. Just a giant cock poster. No, I don't think I'll be hanging any new art. I will say though, my room compared to like every other streamer's room is super lackluster. Just really plain. I'm not gonna do anything about it, but just something I've noticed. Thanks for the gift, Sabatumbra. Another pretty cute idea, Peter, but I don't want to hang any art. Thanks for the 5 gift subs to Tumbra. Thank you. Another one. God damn, thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Gaming Dog and Atumbra. Look at XQC's room. He's the exception. Everyone else's room is like really fucking nice. Like really full of cool shit. Neon lights and everything. It's like their room is a Need for Speed car. Thanks to the Prime Coleslaw. Thanks to the Tier 1 Coobs. Am I a simp? I wouldn't say so. I don't really simp for anyone or anything. Halo Infinite teaser trailer came out? No fucking way. I don't even believe that. The bet was for gameplay, though. Is there gameplay? Let me see. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Senpai. Alright, is this it? This came out 4 days ago. I bet there's not a single fucking second of gameplay. I really don't think this game exists. All they have are these cutscenes. Yeah, I've heard a lot about Katana Zero.
Forces occupy the ring. Within hours, it will be under our control.
This is the guy from Doom Eternal. Well, Doom.
Their brazen defiance will be all but a memory. No more prophets, no more lies.
Well, this is about what I'd expect from Halo Infinite.
Together, brothers to the end. We are his will.
Yep, this looks about right.
His legacy. We are the banished.
Yep. I'm feeling even more confident now in the fact that this game genuinely just doesn't exist. I understand it's a teaser trailer, but you couldn't show even like a little bit of something that looks like anything from the game. It was just a picture of a screen with audio waves. Fucking, that's literally what our podcast looks like. It's a stock effect in After Effects. This game does not exist and it's never coming out. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you. Man, and there's almost no interest in it. I remember back when Halo 3 was releasing like teasers and shit, they'd have millions of views in a day. This has been out for 4 days and not even a million, man. That's what happens when you kill your fucking franchise. Thanks to the tier 1 Senpai Nemesis and the resub Net Saber. And thanks, Charles. And thanks for the Bits Gaming Dot and Binto Bun and Gaming Dog again. And the resub butters. Yeah, Halo was. I always thought Halo was too big to fail. How fucking stupid do I feel now? It's failed for the last 10 years, or 8 years. Consistently failed. Thanks to the Prime, Johnny. And the Prime, Sorrow. Should you play Valorant? I don't know, man. Do you like Counter-Strike? Melee? I still need to try Slippy. Thanks to the Prime, Zalera. Thanks, Bioelectric. What do you mean, stop reminding you of the good old days? What, of Halo being good? Yeah, I just don't think there's anyone with talent left at 343. And if there was, they already left Halo Infinite over the last year. They've lost, like, key senior staff. Am I gonna watch part 2 of Season 3 for AOT? I already did. What are you talking about? We're on Season 4 now. What would you get from the Steam Summer Sale? I don't know what's on sale. There's no games that I really want at the moment. Alright, I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in just 1 second. God damn. Don't worry, team. I'm back in it. Thanks for the gift subs, Gaming Dog. Again, man. Drawing contest of your dogs. Nah. Like, how would we even do a drawing contest tonight? That's... Jesus, where is this fuck... There's like a little hair that keeps getting my fucking eye. It tickles. Thanks to Prime Tacos. How would we even do that fucking drawing contest? Takes a while to draw something. Tower God is a 7.8 out of 10. I disagree. I like that it's unique. Hitman 2. I already played through Hitman. Watch Yu-Gi-Oh? No. We already watched 2 episodes. Thanks to the resub Snake. Bard Core? I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it. God damn it. Yeah, I love Deftones. I didn't know White Pony's been out for 20 years, though. I don't know anything about Pokemon Unite besides that it's in MOBA. So I'm not, like, super excited, but I'll try it. I'm not playing Overwatch. Thanks to the resub, Big Kahuna. No, I don't know, man. I don't really want to play Valorant, like, anymore. I just don't think about it. It just lost its charm for me. Which is kind of what happened with Counter-Strike, but it took years for me to fall out of love with Counter-Strike, and it only took me like a month and a half to fall out of love with Valorant. Thanks to Prime Freeze and Soup Time. Oh, this song doesn't sound very good. Thanks to Tier 1 Acid Assassin and the Resub Wolf. And the Tier 1 Cooter Seeker. You should watch A Rat Race. Talking about the old movie, that used to be one of my favorite movies. Daisy sucks. Fuck Daisy. It's a boring game. It was cool when it came out, though. God, fine, here. I'll put on Cyber Hunter. I don't really want to. I can't decide. I don't want to wear it out, though. I already know playing this again tonight, I'm going to start not finding it fun anymore. I already know this is going to... Chat's just going to make me fucking despise this game. I already know it. Which is a shame, because I think it's a beautiful masterpiece of a disaster. Thanks to the Prime Joker, or the Resub Joker, Demon, or Meme Machine, and Moon Zone. Alright. Chat's like that guy that listens to one song on repeat for like a week, and then complains that it's old. Like, yeah, I'm just tired of it. It got old quick. Just wear the fuck out of it. It's too late, I'm already on. Oh, I'm level 4. I don't remember hitting level 4. I'm 1 away from the Blitz mode. It's the 2019 guy, gold record, Mr. Money. What is this? It's a mobile battle royale that they ported to Steam, so you only play against mobile players. It was wonderful. It was actually fucking wonderful. Thanks for the gift sub, Razzle. Is this woman an elf? I don't know, man. I don't remember. I didn't really have a design in mind when I customized her. I just don't think I'd like Hunt Showdown. I looked it up. Does not seem like something I'd really enjoy. What does the game look like? It's a PUBG ripoff, but for mobile. That they've made the mistake of porting to Steam. That's as deep as it goes. I love it. Well, I loved it. Maybe tonight I won't like it as much, but I just love the fact that you just stomp on people that are using their phones desperately just trying to get something to do while taking a shit. Thanks for the resub, good joke. Did I like the dirt bike games like Trials? Yeah, Trials was good. Too much like Fortnite, I'm out. It's a battle royale, bro. It's a fucking mobile battle royale. Jesus. My tastes are so refined I can't even stand to look at a game in the same genre of Fortnite because I'm just such an adult. And it's a game for children. Ugh. Excuse me while I go read the Constitution and look at some tax filings. Where the fuck did this guy make me land? We've all been there. You hit like 15 years old and all of a sudden you think you're not allowed to watch cartoons anymore because you're too adult. You start to want to feel older. We've all been there, man. It's a phase. You'll learn that there's nothing wrong with playing shit that's geared towards a younger audience. That's why all ages is a thing. Thanks for the Prime, Yggdrasil, MX, and Brett. Jesus Christ. Yeah, hold on, I forgot to change the category. No, I didn't. It's changed. Chess is at midnight. I wish I didn't land over here with this guy. In fact, I didn't even really land with him. He immediately went the other way when I was trying to land. Exit Prime Chicken. So, rolling solo. But I'm in a really shitty area. I won't get a lot of action. I want to drop 40. It shouldn't be too hard. Do you like Fortnite? Nope. Fucking hate it. I think Battle Royale is the worst genre. Second worst genre. Horror games are worse, but the most boring multiplayer genre is definitely Battle Royales. Don't know how anyone can stomach watching or playing one. But this is an exception. This is beyond Battle Royale. Thanks to the Prime Chua. Oh, Jesus, I was looking at chat. He's playing on his phone! My man. See, that's what I like to see. Where's his team at? I was looking at the chat, Cyber Hunter. Calm down. It's not that big of a deal. I'm still in the zone. Honestly, the driving's pretty smooth. What is this game? What does it look like? It is a mobile battle royale. Do I even need to explain? It's just a mobile battle royale that they've ported to Steam for whatever fucking reason. So now you can just come in here and clap cheeks on some children that are playing this game on their parents' iPad late at night, trying their best just to find something to do with their fucking time. Oh, he didn't leave me anything. Thanks for the gift sub, Darth. Don't you dare loot this guy. Oh, you piece of shit. That's good enough. Moist meter on Cyber Hunter? I'll think about it. It would get a glowing review from me, I'll tell you what. This game is nothing but action. When you land, like, in the actual map, as opposed to where he took me. Thanks to the resub, MGS. And the Prime Xavier. That sounds about right. Another 4-year-old, huh? See, those are the people that I'm spanking in this game right now. It's fucking wonderful. This game is... The only people that have used the mic in this game are children. From other countries. I don't even know where to go to find people right now. Where are we at? I'll just go towards the middle. Oh, Jesus. Thanks for the resub, Sean. Where's your ghost? What do you mean? What do you mean, where's my ghost? Are you speaking in riddles? This looks better than Fortnite. It is. Fortnite sucks. Can you shit talk to a 4-year-old on this game? I guess if you want to, but they won't understand you. I've yet to play with another person from this country. Except for people from stream. Man, why did we land so far away from everyone? Christ. This is a shitty round. I'm not gonna be able to drop... Here we go. Okay, that guy's got a sniper. Oh boy. That guy is absolutely not using his phone. I need help from my team of children. Oh god. Band-aids? Oh, they're fighting. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Change your bush into a healing totem. Can I do that on the fly? No. Exit tier 1, Uncle Goldberry. Do we have someone that actually plays this game? But you're not. That's not a bad idea. Though I don't use the bush. The only thing I use is the bike. I need some band-aids. He just took all the band-aids. Well, shit. I'm gonna grab this. Oh shit. I want to switch off this this gun. I need the SMG ammo. Nope, there is none. Shit. Is it the same guy? Where's he at? Thanks to the Prime, Valon. What? Do my bullets not reach that far?
I got downed. Help me.
No, fuck you. You took the band-aids. You can suck my dick. God damn it. What am I doing? Ah, healing totems. Real cyber hunters. This game's okay. It's more than okay. It's glorious. I love just coming in here and playing against mobile gamers. It's fucking great. No, I haven't had any good offers and no good contracts for any Cyber Hunter Pro teams yet. I'm still waiting for Cloud9. My team did not follow me. Are they fighting? That guy's camping real hard. I need to change this. There. Where's he at? Gotcha. Pussy. Fucking cheater was using a mouse and keyboard. That's not the way Cyber Hunter was meant to be played. Sniper sucks. Everything in this game that's not fully automatic is a waste, from what I've learned. Actually, the tier 1 popsicle stick man. God damn it. That was a free kill right there. I fucked up. I thought he was gonna move. He didn't move at all. You can see what I mean, though. This is just a full throttle game here. Is this discount PUBG? No, it's discount... No, PUBG. Yeah, I guess discount PUBG. And it's great. It's much better than PUBG. That game fucking sucks. This improves on it in every possible way. Appreciate the fat 25 gift subs, Bri. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the generosity. Is my team? Yeah, my team's following me. I got the kids on a field trip here. Hop in, boys. If you roll, your shield goes down. I didn't know that. I thought it just went by stamina. Nice. Alright, action this way, boys. Follow me. You already prepared a deck in day one? For what, Yu-Gi-Oh? Or Cyber Hunter? Where's the fighting? Oh. God damn it. I mean, he's definitely feeling those, though, I'll tell you that much. I'm pushing. Oh, shit. Oh, that was close. I need a healing totem. I just needed to scare him away. This guy had epic armor? I've never even seen that. Thanks for the tier 1 burrito. Who's he shooting at? Oh. Right in front of him. That's what I love. For some reason on mobile, they just walk up to you for like handshakes. They don't even fight like at all from a distance. Man, this gun's gross. Jesus. I won't be able to drop 20 in this, but at least I'll catch another dubski. I've genuinely only lost a single game of this. I'm 4-1. 4 wins and only 1 loss. Poor guy. What gun is this? I want to look for this from now on. This thing's gross. The Sentinel. Lost one. Hey, man. It was to stream snipers. I got attacked from 3 different sides. That was the only time I got brought down in this game. Thanks for the gift sub H2O in the Prime Barn. I'm sorry, Ben. And nah, Nicholas, I expected coming on this game. Oh no, I didn't hear about that, Brian. Thanks for the bits shredded. Doc is streaming on Prime right now. That absolutely cannot be what this was all about. And there's no fucking chance that Brime is an actual competitor to Twitch. There's no way. Mixer had infinitely more cash and still failed, and Brime's doing the exact same approach with even less cash. What is happening? Brime isn't even up yet. Okay. Then that guy was just lying. I wonder if his teammate even came to pick him up. Looks like I know. The guy's name was Hardcore 6. Pretty cool. Where is he at? Brime is not owned by Spotify. Spotify just launched Anchor. They don't have the finances to launch a new streaming service. Nor would they want to, I don't think. Where is this last guy? Oh, I see him! Son of a bitch. There we go. Thanks for the gift sub, Jake. Is that him? What is that? This must be the enemy radar. He's probably hiding in a tree. Nope. Per usual, they die in the zone. I'll take it. That's another big pop-off, baby. I love this fucking game. Feels great. It's too easy. It's too easy. I wish every game would let you play against mobile players. That'd be so nice. Thanks for the gift sub, Jake, and the bits Chinese lobster and the resub Dodon. No, I don't need any of this. Get this out of here. So I've unlocked a new mode. Or, nope, maybe not. No, Vanessa and Fernie. No thank you. Thanks to the resub candidate. And once I change my bush to a healing totem, I'm gonna be even more unstoppable. Happy birthday, drug. Solo. There is no solo mode. Is there? Oh, there is. I didn't even know that, actually. I can finally win something. I know, man. This is the game if you just need some wins. If, like, your self-esteem's low, this is what you're gonna want to play. Okay, this looks good. Thanks to the resub line and the gift sub Vico. Let's see how solo feels. Probably even better. I could easily drop 40 or 50 in a solo game, I think. I just need to find SMGs. SMGs seem to be absolutely fucking busted. I'm gonna go an immediate drop because I feel like that's what most people will do. I am the only one that dropped. Okay, whatever. Make a bet on how much you drop in this game? At least 20. I'd say I've dropped at least 20 in this one. Because now I won't have my teammates taking kills. I'll have more targets. I'm feeling at least 20. Ooh, picking up a sniper though, that's not good. Doesn't bode well. How do you get good at chess? Well, I mean, I have a literal grandmaster teaching me. A professional grandmaster teacher. So it's helping to speed up the process of getting good at chess. Wait, didn't I pick up a scope? Guess not. Thanks to the resub, Bukaki. Maybe I won't be able to drop much in this. Maybe everyone plays like a bitch in solos. Thanks to Prime Emerald. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was the... that was the only Cyber Hunters Twitch streamer. He was in the ace. He was like the #1 player of the lobby. Poor guy. Well, that's what happens, man. Fuck the sniper. I hate this scope, man. The 6x scope and shit, I can't stand it. I just want a double SMG. It's basic, though. Ugh. I just don't like that. I'll grab the sniper back. Fuck it. That doesn't even look like whatever, it's not worth. I need kills. Thanks to the resub tier. And the bits Voltic. I really thought people would drop immediately, but it looks like everyone drops at specific locations. How far away am I? Not very. Okay, there's definitely gotta be people here, right? Are you a little girl or something? No, I'm an elf girl. Yeah, solos is not the ticket. Everyone's just gonna be camping, it looks like. There we go, there's somebody. Shit. Could try solo squad if that's an option. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Oh, he's on the roof. This guy knows about that. Oh, this guy is definitely not playing on mobile. Oh my god, what gun was that? Oh, he just had a better Drake Buster, I guess. Wow, that guy blasted me. What? Someone else playing on mouse and keyboard then, huh? He's probably aimbotting, that's what it is. I don't trust it. Persona X. How do I leave? I've actually never fucking died before. I don't know how to leave. I can't click quit. Oh, here we go. Well, let's try that again. Hopefully not everyone will be camping. Not that that guy really was, but I couldn't find fucking anybody. Thanks to the tier 1 Lewis. Only a few people dropped back here. Let's see where everyone drops. Okay, a few more over here. Man, everyone just trickles out. Yeah, this looks like my best bet. I'll land right in the middle of this. Well, actually, I don't want to go in that little lake. I'll go to this area. Oh, that's a bad landing. Shit. Can't climb this, okay. Lesson learned. Don't tell me nobody landed here. So many people dropped here. Someone had to come to these houses. No, I guess not. Well, shit. Oh, immediately into an SMG. That's what I like to see. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a free win as soon as I can encounter some people. Thanks to the Prime, it's Ditto. Yeah, I think solo might just be really fucking slow. It doesn't look like anyone fights in solo. I'm gonna go back to squad after this. Ooh, another SMG. Alright. Let's just get the motorcycle out here. Thanks to the resub, Yoma. So where the fuck do people land in this game? Thanks to the resub, Chris. Here we go, some action down here. Shit. Took a lot of damage from that. Oh, I see. I don't have a scope yet. Give me a scope. Nope, no scope. I won't hit these shots from here without a scope. I'll try. No, it's not gonna get it done. Man, you can really launch these fucking things. Oh! That guy just came out clueless. I heard gunshots. I'm here to stand still. My man. Oh, he even brought me a red dot, too. Guy was just a delivery driver. Okay, now we're fucking cooking. So I can't put a scope on these, so this is just gonna be like some up-close shit. Let's get some more action in here, eh? If I had more ammo, I'd just fire to alert people to where I am, but I don't have enough ammo for that. I think this is going to be the fastest way of getting around. That's so cheap? What do you mean? That you can climb trees? I don't think so. Keeps it interesting, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why they let you do it. Yeah, this sucks, man. Squad is much better. I can't see anyone. Like, nobody's fighting. And wow, I landed really far from zone. That's probably why nobody's fighting out here. Exit resub emergency octopus. Okay, I need to call in the motorcycle. This is a convenient little feature, just being able to call in a ride. That way you'll never die to zone. Oh, I mean, you still do, or like half these people do. But they're on mobile, so I can't really blame them. Thanks to the resub K-Gag. And the resub J3 behind me. I swear to God, people on mobile play this game with their eyes closed. They just brought me double epic armor. Fucking wonderful. It wasn't a bot. These are not bots. Jesus. Look at this game's quality. Do you honestly think they could program any level of AI to play in a game? Do you actually think they have that ability? Plus, the #1 guy in this lobby was a Twitch streamer. He had TTV in his name. Yeah, I think squads is just gonna be the move. Oh, Christ. There's the prime burn. Why do you keep saying they are bots? They absolutely not. They have like their own little names, like XX Whatafox and shit like that. They're just playing on mobile. Oh, Jesus. Was that a bot? Mixer fuck? I don't think they would name a bot Mixer fuck. They're just children playing on mobile, God. It's not that hard to understand. Thanks to the resub Saturn. Is that somebody? No. This fucking sucks, man. In squads, it's non-stop action. In solos, everyone's playing like a bitch. Reload. Oh. Right. There is no action to be had in solos. Motorcycle? I'm not calling it a motorcycle. I'm already in the zone. I just need to find some action here. See, there's somebody up here. Don't know who he's shooting at. Oh, he's got a good gun. this guy's not gonna expect it. Is he on the water tower? Whatever that is. Oh, Jesus. Hey, that was the ace player, God Cupid. He even has a skin and everything. Nice. SMGs are nuts in this game. What's my other SMG? The Hummingbird? I'm gonna take the Sentinel. I think the Sentinel is probably the grossest weapon in the game from everything I've seen. How do I drop these? He even had a gun skin? This is a serious cyber hunter. What do we got? Nope, I just fucking... Nope, stop. Close. What timing? I just jumped off. This gun is nasty. Hold on, do it. Is my inventory full? Is that the problem? Okay, there we go. Maybe just hold down this hill. It seems like people are gonna come here. Thanks to the resub, Koala. Maybe not. Maybe I was just lucky. A little bit of action, but that'll be it. Exit tier 1 Elamayer. What is that? A little supply drop? Oh, you just made a big mistake. Did he see me? He did. No, maybe not. Is that somebody? Thanks to the Prime, Evan. Arc shotgun. I already have epic helmet. All worthless except that. Let's get back up the hill. Will I twerk for 2 bits? No. I wouldn't do it even for 2,000 bits. I don't even need to loot anymore. I can only get 7 more kills here in this one, so I won't be dropping 20. I didn't like solos very much. There wasn't nearly as much action as there was in squads, so I think I'm just gonna stick to squads. I don't know where to go. Maybe to that supply drop? Chess soon? Yeah, chess in like 20 minutes. there's somebody. Oh my god! Whoa! Alright, I got fucking melted. I shouldn't have just full autoed that. This guy had a skin and everything. Wow. Alright, I should have definitely finessed that a little bit more. I thought I could just get cheeky and just hold down left click and end it. That was not happening. I threw. Alright, but yeah, I'm going back to squads. There was no action in that until the... Well, maybe duos would have action. Thanks to Prime, Carl. What do you mean no more easy wins? That was an easy win if I didn't just fucking full auto like this. I didn't think it was gonna matter. But that guy is clearly playing on Steam. That was not a mobile gamer. Appreciate it, Casper Prime. I haven't watched the girls chase video. I probably won't. I keep forgetting. Thanks to the Prime. Limus. Thanks to Prime. Not. Alright, where's my boy dropping? Well, I'm gonna drop here. This is where most people seem to be going. I don't really care what my teammate does. I think they're mainly going to this city thing. Oh god, I didn't make it. Fuck! Oh. Alright. Oh, immediately into a sentinel? It's fucking time to drop 40 now. And it's duo, so I'll actually find some action, hopefully. I don't know. But everyone just fucking camps in this piece of shit. Well, at least in solo they did. Till the end. Well, my teammate Pav is nowhere to be seen. There's the Recep Technotron. Well, it turns out nobody dropped here. Pav is gonna carry? Maybe. It absolutely looked like a lot of people dropped here, but I'm not too sure. Give me a better scope. Yeah, this is looking like another campy game mode. I think squads is going to be the only one where people aren't just camping. Imagine fucking camping in a garbage mobile battle royale. Actual fucking shovelware. Thanks to the tier 1 Spider-Man is real. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shit. Hey, my boy Pav! I wonder what his plan is. I'm just rolling solo. Jesus Christ, Pav! Don't worry, I got him. I'm gonna go keep the world safe for my baby boy over here. Okay, I definitely thought I could just go through that. I don't know why I thought there'd be destruction in this game, but I did. Get in, Pav. My man. Thanks for the resub, Darth, bro. Well. Sorry, Pav. I don't know why that happened, to be honest. Oh, Jesus, there's somebody right here. Did Pav survive? Well, there he is. Thanks to the Prime Cream Dream. There's a little bit of action here. Not as much as squads, but not too bad. Oh, there's somebody. Man, that just does so much damage so quickly. What do you see, Pav? Thanks to the resub, doggo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's so much recoil, I've just mastered the control. Get in, Pav. Oh, shit. There's gotta be people here, right? What is this? Is it like a revive station or something? That's so sweet. Thanks, Phoenix. Shit, be careful, Pav! I'm here! Pav! God, that's so much damage. Sounds good, Select. I actually just lost my win streak. What are you shooting at, Pav? He's gone insane. Thanks for the resub, Mike. What is he doing? He's confusing me. I might as well throw this down. I haven't even used this yet. Thanks to Prime Vanson. Oh, wait, they're shooting behind us. Pav! I'm coming! Stay safe. Is that the only one? No, there's not. There's more. Thanks for the gift sub, puppies. Oh, they're there. Alright, we're rolling in deep, Pav. Just stick on my ass, I guess. Whoa. What's going on? What's going... Pav, what are you... Oh, I see. My man! Where was he? Damn, he's going nuts. Is Pav toggling? No, I haven't watched Doom Patrol at all. I've seen clips, though. Brendan Fraser seems to have done a great job with his role. Oh, I totally fucking forgot I switched out my cover for the goddamn satellite dish. Ugh. Ugh. Where's Pav? Did he kill Pav? Oh, what a shame. The one time I was actually gonna use the satellite dish. Or, not the satellite dish, the, barricade. Good work, Pav. Fuck, what a shame. I'll roll duos again. That wasn't too bad. Thanks to the resub Weregoat. And then after this, it's chess. Hey! Good to see you, Jordies. Oh, here we go. Now we got the real carry. Pajit Trust. That man's got his fingerless gloves on, the iPad on his lap. He is ready for action. It's PUBG Anime Girl Edition. It's not just PUBG Anime Girl Edition, it's also mobile. But they've ported it to Steam, so I get to play against mobile gamers. Look at that! Prajit is a shining star! Fuck yeah! I'll just follow him, whatever he wants. I've ever tried out Northgard? Never even heard of it. Man, this guy's really patient when it comes to dropping. I've never even heard of Northgard. Alright, Prajit. What is the plan? Are we just going AFK? Alright, I'll make the decision here. Well... Oh, I see. He's locked on to me for some reason. Well, this is going to be a boring match, I can already tell. I guarantee nobody landed anywhere around here. Do I enjoy on-rail shooters like Star Fox? Star Fox on the N64, yeah. That's a classic, but like modern day, not really. I need an SMG ASAP. Fuck the healing. Well, I could grab the healing shotgun and just keep Prajit alive. He is a shining star after all. Yeah, it was a basic SMG. I'm talking about an advanced SMG. Is it actually full of hackers? Good. Then it'll be a fair fight. That was close. That guy even has a skin. Prajit, help! Oh god! Prajit! Prajit! Please! Oh god, he's fighting his own battle. I'm coming! Thanks to the Prime, Rudo. Alright, you're welcome. Shit! Prajit, help! Fuck! I need a scope. Oh, there we go. There's the scope I was looking for. Perfect, perfect. There's the Prime Bill inside of Mayo. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on, there was a scope back there, wasn't there? Prajit! God, I can't see a fucking thing with this gun. At least the Shining Star got him. Thanks for the resub, Shiro. You see an SMG in there? Perfect, thank you. Okay, now I'm set. For a little while, till I find a sentinel. Thanks for the resub, Uphill. I'll hold on to the Liberty Alpha, I suppose. Here, hold on, I got us covered, Prajit. Oh, he placed down his own healing totem. My man! Get in the Batmobile, we're out. Let's find some more action. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Lemon. Appreciate it, man. Where do you think I'm gonna find action? Like in a city or in the woods? So far, it seems like most of the action is in these fucking out-of-nowhere wood areas. But I'm not sure. Let's go over here. Let's hit this windmill area. I'm not seeing shit. Not a bad idea, Knobbly. And thanks to the resub, Dark Wimp. Shit. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Prajit's getting antsy. Oh, here's somebody. I got him! Hop in. Where there's smoke, there's fire, Prajit. There must be more nearby. Thanks for the tier 1 avian. God damn it. Get ready to swim! You can run over a tree, but not a wood fence. What are you, the continuity police? What do you want from him? It's a fucking mobile game. I'm surprised you can even run over trees. Thanks for the resub, RB. That was super sweet. Thanks, Wonton. TSM Dickman is in this game. The TSM Dickman? Is he streaming right now? Yeah, it is chest time, so I'm gonna finish this game up and hit chest with Daniel. Just gonna cop a quick dubski on my way. Wow, this has a lot of recoil. This has to be the only gun in the game with any amount of recoil at all. Holy shit. I'll stick with just this. Thanks to Prime Somnus. Oh, I saw somebody, didn't I? Thanks to the resub, Panther. Thanks, man. Appreciate the nearly 2 years of subbing. Prajit, follow me, man. Big supply drop up here. Is he fighting? Is my boy okay? What do we got? Prajit! He was so blinded by the supply crate. Thanks to the Prime Shotty. That's cute, Jay. I'm telling you, this is the future of battle royales right here. It really is. A game that lets you just slap mobile game players. That's all right in my book. I know, I'm hopping on chess right after I get this win real quick. Thanks to the resub, Guadalupes. The Soul Snatcher, eh? I'll try it. It's a pretty cool name. What's going on, Prajit? I'm coming. Ooh, stay safe. Oh, he actually killed somebody. Of course he did. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Well, that was really sweet. Thanks, Armored. Thanks for the long time of watching, man. Shit. God damn it. Be careful, Prajit. He's on his iPad. What? Okay. I'm a little upset that this isn't just like a one-shot down, to be honest. You can loot him if you want. Not seeing much of anything right now. Pretty slow game. Only 7 kills. I still want to drop 40. Thanks to the resub, Dido. Oh, I'm coming. What did you see? Shit. Why am I leading my shots? It's hit scan. I keep forgetting that. One shot, one kill, baby. That's what we're all about. Thanks for the resub, Olympius. Surely there's gonna be some people swimming through soon. Oh yeah, here we go. Shit. Okay. Oh! Okay, I can't shoot through the water. I'm a fucking madman! Projit's gonna be so proud! They'll die to the zone, I think. Okay, looking good. So it seems most of the children that play this game keep forgetting about the zone, so they're always coming in super late. So I'm just gonna keep camping like zone edges here. No, Prajit, put that away. We're right where we want to be. No, put that... Okay. Hey. Whatever you say, man. You're the shining star, after all. He's got a plan. Fuck it, I'll go along with it. I'm gonna go for the nastiest little fucking no-scope here. Oh, are we not done? We're getting shot at, Prajit. You've taken us in... I'm so disappointed in you right now, Prajit. Okay, don't worry. I've saved us from your error. Prajit, dive! Dive! Help! Prajit, on my flank! On my flank! I can't take the band-aids, I'm full. Who's shooting him? Oh shit. Where is it? I actually don't... Did the player not render... It's TSM Dickman. Holy shit. We're already going up against the Cyber Hunter pros. They're pub stomping. I'm coming, Prajit! You're not ready for Dickman? Wait. That would have been actually unironically nasty. Prajit! No! Fuck.
Help me.
What? TSM Dickman? Oh! I'm here, Prajit! Give me your banner! Oh, never... I don't know how to take your banner, I just looted you, I hope you don't mind. One squad left. This one's for Prajit. Oh, Jesus! It's a mobile player! Last guy! I won't let my shining star lose. Oh, had to really work for that one there, Prajit. You're welcome, though. He keeps his shining star status, baby. Not on my watch. It feels so nice just stomping mobile players. I can't even describe the feeling, it's euphoric. Like the Redditor that discovered atheism. It feels right. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. Alright, time for chess now. Oh yeah, I forgot to leave him a like. That's alright. He knows. He knows he's loved. Alright. Let me hop on chess. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, team. I'm back in it. I'm telling you, Jay, it just takes a lot of hard work and dedication. I'm just one of the best Cyber Hunters players there is. That's what it boils down to. Sometimes you have the ability and you can climb like a motherfucker.
Hello.
Hey man.
Hey, how is your night going?
Pretty good. How's your night going?
Not too bad. Just finishing an ass whooping of my own. Here we go. I came very close to being beaten just now by a subscriber. Like very close.
What was their rating?
1878 actually.
Oh,
Good game,
okay.
Gagdad. Oh man, I was down a piece.
Thanks
I
for the
was
reset,
dead in the
Perfect.
water. But that's what GMs do, you know.
Yeah.
They get out of completely hopeless situations.
It was for the drama of the chat, making them believe they have a
Entirely.
chance. Yeah.
It was all choreographed. And see, that's my go-to excuse that I'm losing to a sub through some careless mistake. All choreographed entirely.
Have you lost to a sub?
I've lost to several actually, and
Wow.
actually some of them have outplayed me fair and square. Like I will admit, sometimes because of the rating of my opponent, I won't take the game seriously for the first stage,
Mm-hmm.
and then before I know it, there's some situations that are so dire and I can't get out of them. But a couple have just outplayed me, so
Nice.
that has happened. Yeah, I've got some really strong regular viewers, so. But you're not one of them, don't worry.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say.
We'll make you someone worthy of your salt.
Sounds good to me. I'm ready when you are.
All right, so I'm just flipping you on my stream. Here we go. One moment.
This terrible meme. It's a
I'm
shit
thinking
tier
we
meme.
can start with our usual warm up, perhaps of maybe 1 or 2 games, and then I was going to initiate you today into a method of training and analysis that we haven't done yet, but I think it might be an interesting change. I'll explain what that is. Like, we absolutely don't have to do that. We can solve problems. Basically, anything would be helpful. But if you're game for it, we'll go ahead and try that out today.
Yeah, sure. I'm down to experiment.
Excellent. So what do you say jump into the pool? Maybe you'll catch up Reed again.
Yeah, I just hopped in. Right now I'm up against Mudfins.
Watching. Mudfins, of course. I knew it. He was circling that pool for days waiting for you.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business, not gonna lie to you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's played the four knights Spanish, which means your behavior doesn't really change.
Yeah. So I want to push pawn first, then bring bishop out per usual, and then castle.
As per usual, yeah. And we'll progressively start talking about situations. Ooh, okay. We'll progressively start talking about situations where you kind of make exceptions to the rules, because that's part of getting better, is understanding in which situations you slightly violate or modify the things you usually do. But this is not one of those situations.
Yeah, it doesn't look like one of those situations.
I have no idea what B3 is about, but clearly Mudfins has access to some higher form of logic than even grandmasters. Okay, so he's fianchettoing his bishop.
That is interesting. So just don't want to castle.
Yep. And until you're
Is that a fact,
1200, you'll see people dicking around in the opening. That should okay, yeah. Case in point.
I don't know, man. That looks like a strong move to me. Maybe we're just not seeing what he's seeing.
Now that I'm looking at it more deeply, I can appreciate its subtlety, I think. He's taking away that crucial b4 square from you. So what comes to mind? I mean, anything is going to lose against him, but in order to die on your feet, how would you best die on your feet here?
I was going knight to d4.
I think that's a pretty good way of dying on your feet. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind you're going to lose the game after his last move, but...
Yeah, that's a strong move right there. That's probably something that only the stockfish plays.
Well, fins. See, that's a
Thanks to the resub small.
Allusion to the stockfish. I'm impressed you know stockfish.
I'll be honest, I only know about it from watching you talk about it occasionally.
This mythical being. Okay, so he's going b4. He continues to expand on the queen side.
Yeah, so this is just dropping back to b6 here, get the bishop out of danger.
Yes, I would do something slightly different, but bishop b6 is fine.
Would you look to push up a pawn?
I would look to ruin his pawn structure on the king side first, but you got to do that very, very carefully. There's like a nuclear bomb waiting to explode. If you take that knight with your knight, do you see what bad thing happens?
If I take his knight with my knight, he can't take with the queen, he takes with the pawn. Then
he's attacking what?
My bishop. Yeah.
And your other bishop, right? Both of your bishops. So how should you ruin his pawn structure so that explosion doesn't happen in your face?
Just taking the knight with the bishop.
Bingo. And you might say, well, what was the hurry there? Well, if he was skilled, had you moved your bishop first, he would have moved his own bishop back to e2 and prevented his pawn structure from getting destroyed.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now you can go ahead and attend to your necessary business.
Thanks for the resub. Original Assbringer.
Yeah. See, and now that pawn structure defect on his king side is irresolvable. Okay, knight d5. Now, whenever a move like this is played, you start by taking stock again to remind you of how the position has changed. Has he left any pieces undefended, perhaps? What is the drawback of that move? Because it looks like an intimidating move. But what has he done?
The knight on c3 was a defender of the e4 pawn, but since that pawn's moved up, it's defended by f3 now, so that's not
Good.
hanging. The bishop
Anything
is
else that
the bishop is now hanging.
he has blundered his bishop.
Yeah.
But again, take that with an asterisk. Clearly, there's some sort of refutation to that move that we are about to see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So in this situation, do I want to take with the c or the a pawn?
When in doubt, take toward the center.
Okay.
Because toward the center actually means a takes b6. You took toward the side.
Oh, right. Sorry.
But that's okay. It really, I was going to tell you the sort of next thing I was going to say is it really doesn't matter. These small time. Okay. Well, clearly you know better than I do because he resigned.
Yeah, he wanted me to take with
was,
the a. That's what it was.
It was because he took with the c pawn that he resigned. Well, I stand corrected, Charlie. I don't even think I should make any comments. Clearly, you know how to make these guys resign.
Yeah. Honestly, what I was going to say to you is the c take is significantly stronger for a myriad of different reasons, but now I don't need to explain it because it's pretty obvious.
It is, yeah, especially to someone who claims to be a
Thanks to the
grandmaster.
resub tertiary.
Apparently, I don't know where I got that title again. So
yeah, I don't know, man.
Because I'm struggling to. Oh, I have a funny story about that actually, very quickly. So you know Bobby Fischer, right?
Yeah, well,
I mean, not personally. You've heard of Bobby Fischer.
Now I have, yeah. Thanks to you again, of course.
So there's a good story about Bobby Fischer that he was playing a tournament and he had a team. He had a team of seconds at that tournament who were helping him. And this comes from one of the seconds. He wrote a memoir about basically being Fischer's second, which sold, I think, at least 10 copies. And I was one of the buyers.
Well, of course. I mean,
the others were 9 other GMs.
Is there a single fucking manuscript for chess that you haven't read? Like a single one?
There is a few. I own more than I have read. I'll put it that way.
Mm.
But so this guy shares the story of after Fischer played a game. So back at that time, the games weren't transmitted. So Fischer comes back to his hotel room, and his seconds are anxiously waiting. His news. Fischer's like, I won. They're all breathing a sigh of relief. And Fischer starts showing them the game. And at some point, Fischer bursts out laughing. He can't stop laughing. He laughs for 20 minutes. And he's like, at this position, my idiot opponent played this move. And he shows the move on the board. And Fischer is like doubled over, laughing. And all of the seconds start to laugh and crack up. But the funny thing is that he said none of us understood why Fischer is laughing and why that move is bad, but we were too embarrassed to admit it, so we were laughing along with him.
Oh, that's cute. And this was
Fischer would fire us.
This is all in his book.
This is all in his book.
His
and
memoirs.
You can tell just by that story why it's on the first spot of the New York Times bestseller list.
Oh, yeah, obviously. It speaks for itself. Actually, tier 1
so
lane.
this game was relatively uneventful, other than to diagnose that move knight. But does it make sense why you take on f3 first?
Yeah.
Because, if you move your bishop first, he can drop his own bishop back to e2 and unpin himself that way.
Wait, are you talking about the last game or in the position?
The last game.
Okay, I was gonna.
Wait, are you playing right now? Oh, I forgot to follow you.
Oh yeah, no, I've been playing a match.
Oh shoot, sorry.
I thought you were just super into your story.
I only clicked observe and I forgot to click. Oh, so you have a great position now. You can actually win another piece.
Yeah, so I went for the queen here. Obviously, he's now blocked with the knight. So I guess the progression, he's cut off bishop's attack on or defense on e5, but I can't exploit it at the moment.
Are you sure about that? You actually can exploit it at the moment. Oh. Your knight is defending that e5 square. So
pushing this pawn.
Pushing the pawn wins the piece. He can either give up one knight or the other knight, but he's giving up a knight either way.
Right.
I think the book is called The Bobby Fischer I Knew, but
thanks to the prime spaz.
Okay, interesting. So he's trying to confuse you. But how do you make lemonade out of these lemons?
But
are you freaking kidding me?
So let me just tell you,
13 moves and 7 moves. Are you in contact with your opponents?
No, man. This is the journey to 1,000. This is how it always goes. So what I would do here is I'd take knight. He'd take with either the bishop. He wouldn't take with the queen, but he'd take with the bishop. Then I'd take with the pawn. I win 2 pieces. Is that
right? That is correct. Or you could take the knight with a pawn, which might seem like a mistake because he then takes your bishop with his pawn. But what is the follow-up to that idea?
Taking bishop with my pawn and attacking his rook.
Yes, and all things held equal, you could even toy with him by dropping your bishop back to h4, and you would still then be able to take the knight on the next move. So it's just a deadly pin.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that's the best way to exploit a pin, to attack it with a piece and then to attack it with a pawn, because then you just lose a piece.
Would there be any reason I drop it back to h4 besides just kind of taunting?
Taunting.
Yeah, just about. Okay.
Is that not good enough of a reason for you to
Hey,
taunt someone?
that makes sense to me, man. That's fine by me.
Chess is all about taunting.
Do you want me to hop in another one? Are you ready to start lessons? What do you want to do? These were pretty quick
Let's
ones.
Let's do one more, and then we can go ahead with that new and riveting activity. I'm sure you're waiting with bated breath.
Yeah, I can hardly contain myself, to be honest.
Shall we say you're moist with excitement?
Yeah, that is certainly something you could say if you were an idiot.
No, well.
I feel like I'm playing the exact same opponent.
Well, I think he's moved from Turkey to Malaysia in about 2 minutes, so I think that is entirely okay. Knight h6. Wow, he thinks he's cool.
I don't really see the purpose of this move besides maybe going for like a g4 and
This
getting.
is the kind of move you play if you go stag to the prom, but you think you're the frickin' shit.
Okay.
So that should tell you all you need to know about this move. Now, where is this knight potentially going, and can you stop him from getting there?
Well, like I was saying, I think he wants to just go g4, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So can you prevent him from doing that? Remember how great? Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Prophylaxis, you drive people crazy when you make moves like that.
So then the move I was going to play before that was g5 for bishop to attack queen. I guess the order here is what would matter because I'd want to cut this off first, then play that.
Bishop g5 would be perfectly good. The problem there is he might go f6 and attack your bishop. So, now bishop g5 is even better because he self-pinned his pawn on f7. So he's got to make that awkward move queen e8, and then you basically have a killer blow already on move 8. Let's see, it's one of your favorite moves, and this time it actually works. If he moves his queen, because he could also block that shit with his knight on e7, but that would also lead to the same demise as queen e8.
He blocked with the knight.
Typical way of exploiting this pin. What move?
This is so to exploit this pin. Is this going right to knight d5 to attack that defender?
Bingo.
Okay, cool.
And can he defend that knight? No, because
Nope.
he's dicked around by putting his knight on h6 rather than putting it on f6. He's paid the price. What if he goes pawn to f6? This is something that Slicker did against you, and let's just say your reaction was suboptimal. Oh.
All right. So one thing I've learned is now I just take that pawn with my knight because he's in check. He can't just take my knight right back.
So
right?
You're almost right, but you have to ask yourself, what is the most valuable piece? If you move your knight away, it's going to be check. So you might as well take out the most bang for your frickin' buck.
Take out the knight instead of the pawn.
Yeah. Take out the knight, and then you're going to have a little medevac to perform. Your knight and your bishop are going to be hanging, but fortunately, he's put pieces on squares where you can capture them and just embark on mass trades, and you emerge up a piece.
Yeah, so now I want to take bishop, right?
Actually, not quite. If you take bishop, he takes your bishop with his pawn, and
And
that
then
knight
I'm
on
trapped.
c8 is going to be trapped. So
You're
you
right.
need to do things in the other order. Don't let him do that. So what can you do with your bishop, first of all?
I can drop him back, or I can take his knight. Those are the
Right,
two
if you
options.
drop him back, he takes your knight, so that leaves you really with only one option.
Which is taking his knight.
Yeah, and then you might say, well, what if he takes my knight with his queen? But that bishop's not going to be trapped. You're going to be able to either drop your bishop back or take his bishop.
Okay.
Now you can do what you wanted to do. Does that make sense? You've solved the problem of the bishop first. Now you solve the problem with the knight.
Yeah.
What's the simplest thing you could do with that knight?
I can, well, to stay aggressive is taking the bishop. Other than that, it's just dropping him back.
Don't overthink it.
So just taking the bishop.
Yeah, take the bishop.
Okay.
The knight has done its job. Time to retire.
Okay. And at this point, do I want to castle and maybe look for a rook lift?
Nice. So first you want a castle, and remember,
Okay.
even though you won a piece, you're not, you haven't graduated from the necessity to develop pieces, and neither has freaking Bobby Fischer. So don't forget to finish off what you started. I mean, it's great that you have an extra piece. Rook lift. Okay, so this is a great opportunity to think of a plan. How would you orchestrate this hypothetical rook lift? How do you come up with a plan of attacking his king here? We've talked about this particular idea before, by the way, that I'm kind of proposing. Let's see if you can find it.
Okay. So what I was thinking is keeping the knight in an aggressive stance, so bringing knight to h4, which frees up my f-pawn, push 2 to attack the middle, which will free up that file for the rook.
Brilliant. You took the words right out of my mouth. I'm not being sarcastic this time. Knight h4 followed by f4.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Training's paying off, Daniel. I'm seeing these things pretty quickly.
And I like that you didn't just think of a one-track, like rookie 1, rookie 3, because the rook's not going anywhere. You need to clear the freaking shrubbery. And that's exactly what you do. He might go g5 reactively to attack your knight, and that would be a great idea. That would be a great time to ask yourself what the drawback of his move is.
Yeah, if he goes g5, then that frees up f5 for my knight.
Yep. So now, if you want to really go 5-head, you don't even have to hurry with the move f4. Why don't you involve that queen in the attack first? And then you could play f4 at your leisure. So what would be the most active square for the queen?
Bringing queen over to g4.
Bingo. So this is already a very advanced concept. The concept of, well, there's a quote in chess, the threat is stronger than its execution. So it's like you're holding the sword over your opponent. He knows you want to play f4. It's almost a psychological game that you play. But at the same time, you stay flexible. Because what if he does something absolutely crazy and he goes after your king for whatever reason? Then you're going to be grateful that you haven't exposed your king just yet. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That makes sense.
I'm just going to turn my heater on. I'll leave you alone for 7 seconds.
Okay, I'll try not to lose the game.
Oh, if you're going to manage.
That seems like an empty move.
He moved. Oh my god, Charlie is all alone.
I know. I got scared. I got real scared.
A move worthy of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. It brings tears to my eyes. So now go ahead and get down to business.
Yeah, so that seems like just an empty move. I think what he wants to do is push pawn to b5 to threaten my bishop and protect the pawn, but it's just too long of a setup
as
there.
As they say at the Charlotte Chess Center, big shit.
Yeah.
He plays b5, you drop your bishop back. And that's the ultimate test. You don't want to be reactive to the point where you automatically try to stop every one of your opponent's threats. Some threats are not meant to be stopped. Some threats are
now, there is something here that I think, well, at least to me, this seems very strong. What if I take on g6 with the knight? That puts him in check. He takes with the pawn. Then I just push my queen over onto the h file, and then that'll be check. He has to block with bishop. I take bishop, and that's mate, right?
That's almost brilliant, except his queen is on e8, so he can take the pawn of his queen. I'm very happy you saw that, though.
Damn, yep,
but
yep.
And I can show you games where that happens, but that's the puzzle battle paying off. So he's played f5. What's the simplest here?
Just take f5 with my pawn.
Absolutely. And I like how fast you're reacting to these moves. Now, earlier, I think I want to drop my queen back. Now you're not scared to just take free pieces.
Yeah.
This 1,000 is coming very shortly. Jesus. Geezer's 5. Yeah, he's like, now, by the way, oh my goodness. Think again. What did you propose earlier, Charlie? What 5-head idea did you have?
Oh, taking the pawn with the knight.
And now, what can you tell me about reevaluating that idea? Can he take that knight with a queen now?
Nope, because my pawn's defending.
Bingo. So you let him checkmate him, and you found that all by your freaking self. Let's go.
I like that. That's fucking fat, man.
Fuck him up. That's right.
So that was only possible because he played that shitty pawn move.
Yeah, I mean, and he lost a piece. So okay, so he careful about where you put your queen. Obviously, which square do you want to put your queen on?
I just want to bring queen to h4, right?
Yep, and he has only one defense, and then you take the bishop to check.
Perfect. Okay.
What can I say? That might have been the best warm-up session we've had so far in terms of quality of games.
These were very smooth, easy games.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what it feels like to be moving on to the next level. Then you're going to play people rated 1,000, 1,100. They're going to seem intimidating, but now like 800s, you can see how freaking narrow they are. Not to... Okay, I don't take that out of context.
No, it's fine. We suck. No,
we
suck. It's all right.
Now that you have graduated to the next level in the Nerditsky Academy, you now see how beatable these players are.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
What an insult! You called me narrow. Holy smokes!
Yeah, that's the worst thing Daniel's ever said to me.
That's the worst thing this narrow Dixky has ever said to me. Okay, so I mean, obviously, if you're feeling it. We can play one more, or we can jump to this activity that I've hyped
The
up.
resub angry.
What does your heart desire?
Let's check out the activity. I think these have been smooth enough. I feel like this is just going to be the story for the whole night, just fucking meat hammering through to the 1,000.
Yep, and I think you will succeed. So what I wanted to do, and your eyes will probably droop when I mention this, is to actually start showing you classical games. Now, what the hell is a classical game?
Thanks
A
for the
classical
resub, Sierra.
game, sort of by definition, is a game that was played over 100 years ago. And games, the further back into chess history you go, the more exciting the sort of famous games were. They featured sacrifices, and the more lopsided they were. So, like, the strongest players in the 1800s were a category all by themselves. You know, it was like Michael Jordan and the Bulls, and then the rest of the freaking team. So there's another basketball reference.
I get that
Excuse
one.
me. Yeah, I was like, well, at that point, if you don't know who that is, then you're hopeless.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But so what happens is that when you're teaching people certain chess principles or certain ways to play the game, these games that featured lopsided opponents and like very, very clean execution of principles are a lot more instructive than games that are very messy. Like if I show you a game between Magnus and Hikaru, right? They're both so good that grasping the fundamentals that they adhere to is much harder. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I want to show you one of the most famous games of the 19th century. And it's a game that I think is, first of all, just amazingly brilliant. You'll enjoy the tactics, I think, immensely. And it'll give us an opportunity to segue from just me rehashing a couple of principles that you adhere to broadening your understanding and actually putting your understanding into practice. I think you now have the tools to appreciate how grandmasters play chess, which is something that I've kind of been setting you up for. So we didn't do this earlier because you would have looked at this game and said, all right, big shit, like, okay, this guy played this game. What do I learn from it?
Now I can
appreciate actually
it.
benefit from it because you have that foundation already built.
Yes. Show me.
So
I'm ready.
Let me just grab my so I can pull up the game.
And yeah, and you're welcome for that then.
I'm going to invite you to an analysis board. And I'll paint backstory behind this game first. One moment. Let me just pull it up. How does that sound? I mean, again,
this guy's like an actual chess aimbot.
That, you're welcome to.
Sounds fine to me, man.
All right.
I'm always up for the classic Naroditsky lore session.
Yeah, there is definitely some
backstory tier 1
behind this game.
Zeralius.
This game was played in... Okay, let me first invite you to...
In the resub Suede.
Board. No, I'm not going to put a space chat.
Thanks for the Prime Acid and the gift sub. Oh, 5 gift subs.
Just invited you.
Zeralis.
All right. So most people think that they know which game I'm going to show you, but they actually don't. This game was played in the year 1895 in a small English seaside town called Hastings, which... Thanks for the bits, man. Which basically is just like a tiny, like, bar-hopping pub town. But as with all major chess tournaments, they're usually held in shitholes. Like, the bigger the shithole of a town it is, the more likely that a very high-profile international chess tournament is held there.
Well, that's
there are many,
terrible.
I won't delve into the reasons for that, but, you know, it just does exist, that relationship. But anyways, this tournament was basically the strongest tournament ever held in the 20th century. It was held every year in this town of Hastings. And all of the top chess players of the day converged on that tiny town, which by 19th century standards was huge because the logistical nightmare of that was, as you can understand, immense. So this game was played by a guy named Wilhelm Steinitz.
Yeah, Gorlan.
Who at the time was the world chess champion. He was also the first official world champion. And his opponent, and like you cannot make these names up. Like I feel like only chess players have these names. His opponent was a guy named Kurt von Bardeleben.
That sounds like a Bond villain. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like his name sounds a lot more intimidating than Steinitz, but he was actually a lot worse at chess than Steinitz. And Kurt von Bardeleben was a bit of a how do you put it? A bit of a pressure cooker. He had a bit of a short fuse. So there was a incident that happened at the end of this game that I'll get to. But let's get to the game. So Steinitz had the white pieces. Von Bardeleben has the black pieces. So you can paint yourself that picture. They're chain smoking cigarettes, you know, leaning back in their chairs. And here they go. Steinitz goes e4. And the most popular opening. Yeah, that's it. did you enjoy the game, Charlie? Please tell me, like,
Yeah, I feel like I learned a lot already, Daniel.
I mean, here von Bardeleben saw the power of Steinitz's move, and he simply put his king down. I mean, he said, I cannot take this guy's mastery any further.
It's E4. It's genius.
Jesus Christ. I'm
the
still
fuck?
recovering from looking at this move. Now you have to pay money to look at every move in this game, including this one, because of its power. So Bardeleben plays E5. And up until, I would say, the 1950s, E5 was almost exclusively the move played against E4, at which point the Sicilian defense, which is C5, kind of replaced it in popularity. Now C5 is the most popular move at the top. E5, and the opening is going to be familiar to you. It is the move that you tend to play in this position. The Italian defense, what move did Steinitz play?
C3. Knight C3.
So that's the 4 knights. The Italian is bishop C4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. So knight C3 is entirely possible, but bishop C4, bishop C5 was played. Now you in this position either develop your knight or you play the move D3. But I'm going to introduce you to a slightly different opening setup. Now I'm going to make this move on the board, and you should be familiar with its idea because you've seen this move before. D3. That's the move Steinitz plays. Now could you decode the idea of this move?
Yeah, he doesn't want the knight on D4.
Number 1, and he's planning central expansion with what move?
D4 for his pawn.
Pretty straightforward. I mean, it all revolves around that square you just mentioned.
Oh, so I didn't have push to talk on. I was saying pawn to
no
D4,
problem.
pawn to D4.
Exactly. He wants to play the move pawn to D4. This is actually the main move in this position. And we're going to go quite fast through the first stage of the game, and we're going to reach the fun part because it's all theory. Knight F6 by von Bardeleben. Developing his knight. Stop me if any move is illogical or I'm going too fast. D4 by Steinitz. Occupying the center, attacking the bishop. Von Bardeleben takes the pawn, and which way do you think Steinitz recaptures here?
He takes with the pawn.
Of course, to preserve the integrity of his center. Now, obviously, this move later became the most popular move in this position. It's called the Kasparov-Fischer Gambit, and it's like a positional queen sacrifice, actually. But that only happened in the 1990s.
Why is that popular, though? It's a queen for 2 pieces. Is that worth?
It's actually a queen for... Just kidding. I'm fucking with you now. This move just blunders a queen.
Okay. I was going to say.
Yeah, I love doing that. I've actually made some... Okay, don't feel that because I've made some, like, very strong players believe some total bullshit.
Just to fuck him if you ever saw him in a tournament? That's genius.
Well, I'm actually pretty good at keeping a straight face, and like at chess camps and stuff, when I'm teaching even the highest groups, I'll like sell some total BS about some queen sacrifice, and I'll pretend that this is like hot shit nowadays, and they all buy it. You know, they eat it up like a sponge.
They trust you. Those fools, yeah.
How could they possibly, if they just knew what I was up to in my spare time?
If only.
Especially what I was up to with you. But fortunately, that is kept under wraps.
Of course, yeah.
So in any case, c takes d4 by Steinitz, and Bardeleben gives a check on b4 with his bishop, which Steinitz blocks with the most natural developing move. Which move is that?
He brings his knight to d2.
That's a little passive. Can he bring his knight out to a more active square?
Oh, he brings it out to c3.
Bingo,
Okay.
knight c3. Now, it appears, and we won't dwell for too long on this because this is still in the realm of opening theory. It appears that Steinitz has blundered a pawn.
Yeah.
What do I mean by that statement? How?
e4. Well, no, e4 is not hanging, but...
Are you sure about that? Because notice the pin.
Oh,
So
right.
E4, in fact, is hanging.
Right.
And this is a classic gambit. A gambit is when you sack a pawn in order to gain something in return, such as development. So here, Black has kind of forsaken his queenside development, and instead he goes
Basically
pawn
just
grabbing,
GT.
and he opens up an avenue to his king. So just from a conceptual standpoint, does it make sense that a move like this is very risky?
The pawn sack, or what he did capturing
Well,
the pawn?
if you capture the pawn, does the riskiness of such a move make sense? Right. So
Yeah.
Bardeleben did not take the pawn. And there's a known kind of continuation. This is still theory. You can take the pawn, but the line goes on. Instead, when Bardeleben plays d5. And after e takes d5, has he just himself now blundered a pawn?
No. Well... Yeah, you can't defend that.
So how many attackers does this pawn have?
Pawn has bishop on it, and that's it.
Okay, and how many defenders does this pawn have?
It has
Or how? I mean, from black's
yeah,
perspective,
it
how many
has
pieces are attacked?
the knight and the queen.
So can you take that pawn?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I like that you didn't say the knight because the knight is pinned. So knight
Right.
takes d5. And this is a very Manka-esque construction because it's like the bishop holding the world on its shoulders. If it fails in its responsibility to pin the knight, you're going to lose your queen. But it's like, pilots flying a plane. Like the margin of error at the top becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. That's why I'm teaching you openings to start that are very solid. It's hard to fuck up. Position like this, you mix up the move order, you take on d5 at the wrong moment. You see what I'm saying? And you might end up blundering your queen.
So,
but at the top, this is like the theoretical line. Takes. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You were going to ask something. Sorry.
I was going to say, so if he did take that queen, like let's say he did take bishop, now he's got his queen at d5, don't you just push up the a pawn and you're winning a bishop or the queen if he fucks up?
Well, that's a good point, but he won't fuck up. He'll take the knight with check.
Yeah, and then you
remove the attacker of the queen, ruin white's pawn structure slightly, and then he'll castle.
Okay.
And then he'll bring his own bishop out to g4, and he has a very commanding position.
Yeah.
Because he'll have a pin, and he'll have a nice queen on d5.
Makes sense.
Which is basically unassailable by any pieces.
Okay, that makes sense.
So that would not be a very advisable continuation. And Steinitz instead just castles. And this is another pawn sacrifice, by the way. And as a tactical warm-up for you, this is, again, not something I would have asked you even a little bit earlier. But if Bartolebin now takes the pawn on c3, Steinitz has a very nice little tactic that wins the pawn back. And it uses, I'm going to give you this one hint, the undefended nature of the bishop on c3. This is a 2-move / 3-move combination, depending on how you look at it.
Well, the first thing I was looking at is a way to win the bishop with a check, but I don't really see that. The only thing I see for that is pushing queen, e2, check, king falls back. And you can't deliver a second check in a position that can win the bishop, right?
So say that again after queen e2 check?
Then he wouldn't block with the queen, he blocks with the knight, or he moves his king, but I wouldn't know where to continue it from here. So that...
Right. So you're butting up against the right kind of problem, which is that it looks like you can't fork the king and the bishop. So
right.
In these situations, you need to start thinking about ways to bring the king onto a square where it can then be forked to the bishop.
So
that's the mechanism that you should be looking for.
Okay, so then we're taking the pawn on f7 with the bishop to get the king out, and then we're putting him in check. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Queen b3 check, and now if you compare the safety of the kings, it's clear that white is on top here. Nice. Right. So these types of things, I kind of look for automatically. Whenever I see a piece that's number 1 undefended and number 2 right in my grill, that's like freaking fork city, right? Because the probability that I'll be able to check that piece on one of many squares increases.
Sorry, I forgot.
And the probability that I can use one of my pieces to bring his king out is also usually quite high. So
I just saw GT.
We had these 2 moves included, and it was white to move here. Could you do the same thing in this position?
Yeah, you just take on h7, right? And then you put it in check.
And where do you check?
You check on nope. Yep, never mind. Protected by queen.
Well, you're right so far.
No. So c2.
Oh, right. c2 or d3, and then you win the bishop back.
Yeah.
Very good. So that's why Bartolebin doesn't take that pawn. Instead, he defends his knight with bishop e6. Steinitz brings out his bishop on c1 to its most active square, which is what?
That's going all the way over there to g5.
Correct. Von Bartolebin brings his own bishop back to contest Steinitz's bishop. Is this making sense so far? We're getting to the cool part, I promise.
This all seems pretty standard.
And here, Steinitz initiates a humongous monstrosity of a trade, which takes off basically all the modern pieces off the board except for one knight. First, he takes on d5. Then he takes on d5 again. Now he takes on e7. And the question then becomes, why has he initiated all of this, all to get a boring position in which black is about to castle, and then black is going to be in excellent shape. But the key word in that statement is black is about to castle. If you're looking at this position from white's perspective, you have one temporary advantage, and you want to try to make that advantage permanent. What advantage is that?
You have a diagonal you can look at on a4.
Yes, but what broadly does that speak to? What weakness does black currently have, which he hopes to solve on the next move?
he has that knight that is keeping the king from check on like a rook at e1. The knight can be pinned.
The knight can be pinned, and that's exactly what Steinitz does. And even more broadly, the king is uncastled, right?
Mm-hmm.
White's king is castled, black's king is uncastled. And when you're evaluating positions, you know, generally speaking, the king's safety has to be the number one factor you're looking for. Whose king is safer?
No, it's absolutely White's king right now.
Right. And when your opponent's king is uncastled and he's threatening to castle, you have to try to find various creative techniques to prevent your opponent's king from seeking shelter. So the rest of this game revolves around White's desire to keep this king in the center and eventually checkmate it, and Black's desire to basically shelter this king at all costs. That's where things get super fun. Okay, Von Bird 11 plays f6. He covers this e5 square so that White cannot jump out there with his knight. Steinitz continues to put pressure on this knight. How? How do you attack this knight one more time with one of your pieces? Not sure I can hear you.
No, it's I'm thinking.
Sorry, you weren't saying anything. Oh yeah, think. Sorry, my headphones made the sound that they're low on battery, so I didn't know if they had died. Thinking is strictly forbidden.
Yeah.
As long as you need. Sorry, I was just checking.
The only other attacker that I can see bringing into this is stacking, so bringing the queen to e2 to also attack the knight.
Bingo. That's exactly what you want to do. Stack, simple chess, attacking the knight, forcing Black's queen to finally leave its dominant post on t5 and assigning it this defensive role on t7. This is where it gets tough, because it appears that, well, what is Black's plan in this position? How is he going to extricate himself? He's going to go king f7. He's going to bring his rook to e8, and then he's going to what's called manually castle. That's when you castle without actually castling. Because if you castle, then that drops the knight on e7, right? So you have to keep this knight defended, bring the rook to e8, and then get the king to g8. And if Black achieves all of that, he is going to be completely fine. So White's time to do something is very limited. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, he has to look at a way to stop f7, which is
right. And Steinitz is able to kind of do that by playing rook a to c1. And his idea is that he wants to meet the move king f7. And this is where it gets... Now, Bard 11 should have still played king f7, but he made an oversight. Steinitz had in mind a quote-unquote fork here, forking the king to a pawn. Can you find this fork? Keeping in mind why he might have played the move rook ac1. This move should serve as a hint.
It's not just taking the pawn. Is it bringing the? Is it what I was thinking initially, which was bringing the queen to c4 for the check, and then you're attacking?
Bingo.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
I was looking for a rook move.
Yeah, so queen c4 is right. Checking the queen, checking the pawn. But Black can defend both at the same time with White clever little freaking bastard of a move.
Well, just pushing that pawn up, right?
Well, you're in check. I mean, I know that the great Charlie is above. Checks, but,
you defend it. You defend it with the queen then on d5, right? Protected by the knight as well.
So this move is shitty for several reasons. First of all, you don't actually defend the pawn.
Oh, right. You still give that up.
Goal. Second of all, you blunder your queen. This knight on e7 is overloaded. It's defending the queen, but it's also under pressure. So you can take out this knight.
Yeah.
Taking the legs out from the queen.
Right. Fuck.
But you're close. You see the right square. Sorry, that was mean. But
this
will make you find the right move.
Yeah, it's bringing the knight there instead then.
Exactly. Bringing the knight to d5 and simultaneously defending c7. Something that some people miss. And I'm sure you're not one of them, but some people suggest, they think you can take on c7. Oh, but isn't the knight pinned? Remember that when you move with the pinned piece, you also relinquish the pin. So pins are, in your mind, should be very impermanent things. They should be things that you exploit as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So like sometimes in your games, you have to have that ticking time clock in the back of your mind when you've, let's say, pinned his knight. You have maybe one or two moves to attack that pinned piece before he unpins himself. Not always, but that's just something you should bear in mind. Pins are extremely temporary tactical things that you should try to efficiently maximize the potential of.
Makes sense.
Okay, so Bard 11, not being, quite as tactically advanced as Steinitz, plays the move c6, which is redundant. I think he simply missed this move knight c5 against king f7. And here Steinitz finds a brilliant idea that rips open files and squares for his pieces. And this idea follows one of the most paradoxical principles in, I would say, all of chess. I might have introduced this to you earlier. It's a pretty advanced principle, which is that pawn breakthroughs usually occur on the most well-protected square that your opponent has. That is just a almost freaking universal rule in chess. When you want to break through with a pawn, you do it on the least likely square. And which square am I talking about right now? And which pawn breakthrough am I talking about right now?
Well, the most defended pawn on the board right now is that c6 pawn, so you're just pushing up d4 to d5?
Bingo. It's defended thrice. Well, the knight isn't really defending it because it's pinned. But you can kind of understand logically why this principle operates, because it's almost like, it's like that thing where you can pull out the bottom piece of paper from a huge stack of books. Like my English teacher used to do that when collecting our homework. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think I have no freaking clue, I'm talking out of my ass as usual, why that works, but for some reason it seems similar to me. Like all of your opponent's pieces are trained on one square. And then this is like a big F you. Basically putting a piece onto that square, so all of his pieces are now like unemployed. Does that kind of make sense?
Makes sense, yeah.
I feel like that was a bad analogy.
No, I get it.
You've like removed the thing that his pieces were meant to do. Now he has to put a pawn on d5 because he can't take this with his queen. Why not?
Lose the game.
You lose the game to checkmate. And this accomplishes two things for white. Number one, it opens a file. Which file?
C.
And now you see how good Steinitz was. He anticipated this when playing rook c1. He freaking calculated this, and that's why he put the rook there, partially. Partially was to discourage king f7. Partially was that he thought the file would open. And second of all, you have now opened up a beautiful square for the only white piece that's currently not doing anything. Which square and which piece, obviously, am I referring to? Beautiful central blockading square.
Are we talking about the knight bringing it over to d4?
Exactly.
Okay.
And you might look at this move and say, what the hell does it accomplish? First of all, notice the umbrella technique, using the pawn of your opponent as a shelter. That is actually a common little device. Black would now like to get rid of this frickin' pawn, so at least the queen would make contact with that square. So sometimes your opponent's pawns are actually good for you in that way. Now, do you see the threat that white now has created? If black makes an empty move, you have a classic distraction tactic, I should say, using this knight on d4.
Yeah,
which tactic?
Going right to c6. Right.
Very close, but remember I have a pawn on c6, so you have the right idea in mind, but it's not the right square.
Would that not work?
You have
though?
to make contact with the knight. No, but now he takes with a pawn.
And then you'd take with the rook. He'd take with the queen. I imagine. Well, he wouldn't have to, right? It's
I
not forced.
imagine. But what if your opponent isn't an idiot? It's
Yeah,
very nice
right.
that you actually calculated it all the way. But I would now move my king away to f7. Or
Right.
better yet, you have now allowed me to castle, my friend. Because now if you take my knight, joke's on frickin' you who left that rook on c6. What genius did that?
Right.
Oh,
Yep.
this, though. So you're very close, actually. Which move is a refinement on that?
So in this, he's threatening to bring the knight over there to e6 then, right? Because then at e6 he can cover it.
Good move. You're threatening, you're winning. But I specifically want you... I didn't discourage you from finding a similar idea to that one, did I? If I did, I'm sorry. But you actually had the right idea of making contact with the knight on e7. You just have to do it from another angle.
Is it throw? Well, it can't be putting the queen there, right? Because I mean, you don't want to trade queens. Move. Yeah.
It's a knight move.
So it's just. Are we just attacking that knight there for f5 then?
Yep. And the idea is again, I can't take with my queen
because you lose.
And you've gotten so much better at identifying squares that seem to be defended but are not actually defended. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of people would throw this out immediately. Oh, we're defended by the queen. But the queen is also overloaded. It's defending the knight. So on the next move, you just win a piece here. You win the knight.
Okay, that makes sense then.
So Bard 11 is not an idiot, obviously. He sees all of this. He goes king f7, and finally he unpins himself. But now this knight on d4, well, and now why does knight f5 no longer work? Simple question, but...
Well, because I mean, you can just take with the knight.
Right, he's unpinned himself.
Yeah.
But Steinitz finds a second use for his knight, and you've proposed this move before, knight to e6.
Okay.
And this knight on e6 just is a bone in black's throat. You can just see how good it is. It's preparing moves like rook c7, and you can see in what dire condition black king is, right?
Yeah.
Bartolome swings his rook over to c8, desperately trying to stop white's rook from penetrating to c7. And this is exactly where Steinitz strikes on the other side of the board. Notice that black has removed a defender from the king side, and that is now exactly where Steinitz presses in the knife. But he does it in a very smart way. Remember what black's idea is. Black wants to tuck his king away on g8, so prevent him from doing that by making a threat. So I see a lot of people in the chat going for the tempting move, but you want to go for the correct one here.
So what I initially saw was bringing the queen over to h5, put in check, but he wants to go to that square anyway, so he'll just protect it.
And that's the tempting move, and you refuted it correctly.
So,
but you're thinking in the right direction of the board. It's not always about giving a check, though. It's about the threat.
Yeah. I just don't see how to cut that escape route off with the knight, because if you do a move like bringing the knight to g5 and he takes with the pawn, then you put him in check.
Too much of a price to pay, though.
It's not
Don't
worth.
think of stopping the move physically. Think of a move such that if he plays king g8, he gets checkmated. Think of it that way. Because stopping a threat, I don't literally mean always physically preventing him from going there. I also mean making a stronger threat that forces him to divert his attention. And you can also arrive at this by asking yourself, now, which piece has served its duty and is now somewhat obsolete? I mean...
Yeah, so are we looking at that rook on c1?
We can't really do anything in relationship with the king side. We need to act very fast, because if he plays king g8, we have, as I said, only one tempo here, right? We have one opportunity to make something happen of his king. As soon as he tucks it away, the party time is over. So you need to use your queen. I'm going to give you a hint. It is a queen move, but it's not queen h5 check.
Oh, Jesus. It's just bringing the queen over to g4 and then threaten to go to g7 for checkmate.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And if he goes king g8, right, we take on g7.
Yeah.
Do you notice any undefended pieces that black has, incidentally? Anything that's undefended, maybe x-rayed, maybe?
H-pawn's undefended, but we're x-raying his queen as well with that knight.
Nice, and that's exactly what Steinitz exploits on the next move. Bartolome defends against checkmate with g6, and now Steinitz... He
checks with the knight, and then he takes queen, right?
Exactly, except Bartolome, being freaking Kurt von Bartolome, he's not about to give away his queen. I mean, he makes a big dick move, king e8.
That's pretty cool.
But really, he's defending his queen.
Yeah.
And this is where Steinitz launches one of the most famous combinations of all time. And what Steinitz notices here is the fact that not only is the queen semi-undefended, this rook on c8, do you see that it's being x-rayed by two of white's pieces?
Yeah.
So all that stands in this rook's way, all that stands as its protection, is this flimsy little queen on d7. Except you have just the way to distract this queen from its defensive post with what move? This is where Steinitz comes full circle. It's not as easy as I just painted, but...
Is it taking the knight with the rook?
It is. Okay. Very nice. And if he takes with the queen, you do what?
You take the rook with the rook. He takes back with the rook. You take with the queen.
Exactly. And the problem is if he takes with a king, then only the king is attached to the queen, and you basically separate this king from the queen. So basically here you go rook to e1 check, king to d8. You give another check on e6 with the knight. He has to go into the path of the rook. Now some good practice using the discovered check, which I think you sometimes tend to struggle with. How do you actually win this queen on d7 using the discovered check? Where do you put the knight?
So what we need to do is stop the king from being able to go to d6, right? So he can't protect the queen any longer.
Or we need to attack the queen with a knight. That's an alternate method.
Right. Fuck, yeah. I thought too far, so it's going to c5.
Very good. Or you can taunt him by going to f8. You could take your knight here, but you still take his queen. But knight c5 is the best move because you actually keep your knight on top of everything.
Right.
And you take the queen. But when Bard 11 actually finds a brilliant defensive idea, he goes king f8, which looks like a total desperation move until you notice that white also has a crippling weakness in his position. What tactical feature is von Bard 11 exploiting here?
Back rank.
Bingo, the back rank. And the back rank is a very hard problem to solve on the fly. It just so happens that white also needs to attend to the problems of his queen. Thank you for the $15, Prefernity. He has to attend to his queen and his rook. You see how much shit is going on with white.
Yeah.
And now he has the back rank to attend to. But Steinitz finds just the way to do that. He starts with a check on f7, okay? Again, if you take with a queen,
You lose queen.
you take the queen, right? Careful.
Oh, right. Back.
Back rank.
you
So
get
what do you
back rank.
actually need to take here?
You need to take the rook.
Again, you take the rook twice.
Right.
Yep. Von Bard 11 moves his king to g8. And here Steinitz makes an amazing freaking move. Try to find it. It's the same theme that his last move was, but it's a beautiful, visually beautiful move.
Hmm. It's not just pushing the rook up, is it? It's not going rook f8.
You're very close. Now, rook f8 check is a very devious little move. You want him to take with a rook, right? And then you can take the queen.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to take with a king, and now we have the same problem. We're just missing the rook. So, again, we have the problem with the back rank.
Yeah,
So
okay.
what should you keep in mind here? First of all, the fact that, again, don't forget, this queen on d7, if it leaves this square, you'll be able to take his rook with your rook.
Right, but we can't do that yet, because if we take the queen right now, he takes our rook and we lose.
So think of it this way. It's another distraction sacrifice, which attempts to distract this queen from the d7 square. So you're getting close with the move rook f8, but you're trying to distract the wrong piece. You need to try to distract that queen on d7, setting the mousetrap for the queen.
Is it just bringing the rook to e7 then?
But that's not check.
Yeah, so we'd still lose, right?
It needs to be a check. You're very close, but it needs to be a check. And your brain is like, this move cannot be right. It looks too crazy. It puts the rook under fire of like 18 pieces. But that's exactly what makes this game brilliant.
So there's only two checks you can deliver, which is f8 and then g7. Is it g7?
Which one is it? It is.
Okay.
And what's the idea? Let's unpack this for a second. If he takes with the queen, the refutation is familiar. We take the rook.
Yeah, rook, queen, yeah.
But here's the brilliance of this move. If he takes with the king, a very important thing has occurred. The king has now moved from the 8th rank to the 7th rank, which means we can now do what? Which we could not do earlier due to the back rank being weak.
Well, what I initially saw was just bringing the knight for an e6 check, which could win the queen, but that's not going to happen.
Right, so you're not asking yourself, how has the position
Yeah.
changed? You need to reevaluate whether moves that used to be impossible are now possible, because the position has changed in some way, and in fact it has. The king has gone from g8 to g7, which enables us to do something we couldn't previously do. You're like traumatized by this move, so you're not even considering it. I told you this move was impossible. In your brain, you're like, I can never take 3 queens for the rest of my life.
Yeah, well, so it is just taking the queen?
But that's check now.
Oh, right. Yep. Okay, I see what you mean now. I didn't even recognize.
That's why we goad the king to g7. It's now check. And that's one of the key principles that I want to illustrate with this game. It's not usually shown for the sake of revealing this principle, but I still think it's super important. You see what I'm saying now by reevaluating how the position has changed. Whenever there's any sort of tension in the position, there's a hanging queen that you cannot take for whatever reason, you need to keep asking yourself, can I take the queen now? Can I change the circumstances such that I can take the queen? Can I take the queen on the next move? Because people kind of just forget that the situation has changed. They get used to the position. Okay?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Bard 11 goes to the corner because that is the last remaining move. And now Steinitz plays yet another move that exploits the same principle. This one you'll be able to find quite quickly.
Yeah, he just takes the pawn h7.
Takes the pawn. And here Bard 11 snuffed out his cigar and actually stormed out of the playing hall without resigning and without shaking hands. Absolutely true story. Wow. I told you he was known as a bit of a tempestuous for his tempestuous character. And according to the official game annotations that I'm reading from right now, as Steinitz, and this you can tell by the language when this was written. I should probably read it in that old newsreel British accent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
7th immediately afterward, there is a mate in 10 moves, which can only be averted by ruinous loss of material. And Winston Churchill showed the variation as follows. King G8. And it looks like we can keep playing Ring Around the Rosie here forever, but the reality is we've taken that pawn on H7, so the situation has changed. We give a check on G7. He goes to H8. But because we've taken this pawn, we have opened up the H file, and what piece can we now put on that H file?
We just put that queen in there, baby.
We put that queen in there. He has to take our rook with a king, and now we mount the final invasion against this king. Which check do we deliver with our queen?
We're going right to H7.
Bingo. Now we go to H8. We go to G7. We hunt the king, and it's mate in one of several ways. King E8 is the most resilient defense. Check on G8. We're using the staircase method here. How do we complete the staircase? We keep approaching the king with our queen. Use this knight on G5. It defends a square into which the queen can now move to.
Oh, that's going to F7. Yeah.
Bingo. King D8. Continue that staircase.
So now we're delivering a check on F8, right?
Bingo. Forcing Queen E8. Now we have a checkmate in 2 moves that is as brilliant as it is elegant. And what's fitting about this checkmate is at the end of it, all 3 remaining pieces are rewarded for their staying power because they all cooperate in perfect symphony to deliver the mate. Each piece, the knight, the queen, or the rook, are necessary components of this checkmating idea. Mate in 2, white to play.
Okay. Does it start with taking the pawn at F6 with the queen to deliver that check?
Because then he can deblock with his own queen.
Right.
Piece.
It's going knight first, then E6.
Almost. It's knight F7.
Wait, why not F6? Because he still can't take it, though.
If knight E6, he goes king up to D7, though, and you don't have that final blow. Your knight is now hanging.
Right. Okay.
So knight F7 brings under control a second square onto which you can now move the queen. Which square is that?
That's going right to D6.
And this is checkmate.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So Bartolomeo saw all of that. You can see that these guys were good. He trusted that Steinitz saw all of it, so he actually stormed out of the playing hall without finishing the game. And that is the game Steinitz Bartolomeo Hastings 1895. One of, I would say, probably the 20 most famous games of all time. But it's actually not shown as commonly anymore, even though it's one of my favorite games.
Nice.
And it just shows you a lot. It shows you how good these people were, even like 130 years ago. And it shows you much more importantly, the urgency inherent in a lot of chess positions. Like as soon as you see a defect that your opponent has, you need to first of all pay attention to it. Things like an uncastled king, things like a small defect in pawn structure, an undefended piece. Steinitz basically exploited all of it, turning from that uncastled king to the undefended queen, to the undefended rook, to attacking weak pawns with his queen and his knight. Notice, by the way, the tandem, the queen and the knight. Remember what I told you about it?
Yeah, strongest combination.
Strongest combination of pieces known to man, and Steinitz used it to checkmate. And this move, rook A to C1, involving every single piece in the attack. The more pieces are playing, the better. Yeah, go ahead.
So, now if you were in this position, how quickly would you recognize this line coming out? Because this seems like something that I can't even imagine you would think of this deep, right? Like, so it started where I think he probably started to see like a line that deep was C1 to prepare to open that file, or where do you think like you would start to recognize?
Insofar as I can, and I can't tell you for sure
Jeff.
Because I don't know, and it was very common at that time to ham yourself up. So Steinitz might very well have said, and I saw the entire line until move 4D when I played rook AC1 because I am so. But the reality was, no, you fucking didn't. So I think when he played rook AC1, he probably saw up until knight D4, or he might have seen up until knight E6. Okay. And then when he played queen G4, my guess is he saw up until rook takes C7, and he saw that he had at least a draw, right? A draw because you can keep checking the king ad nauseum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you find at least a draw, you can go for that line safe in the knowledge that if you don't find a win, then you're going to make the draw. But that's where intuition comes in. Steinitz used his intuition to conclude that essentially because he has so many pieces in the attack, like he must have some sort of a win here. He trusted his own knowledge about the game of chess to almost go into this line. And then when he reached this line, that's where he saw this idea of opening up the H file and then driving the king. Sorry, that's not the right way. This one and this one, driving the king to G7. And already at this point, he had calculated until the end of the game. So I think it occurred in 3 steps. Step 1 was this rook C1 idea. Step 2 was the sacrifice of the rook on E7. And step 3 was the final combination.
Okay.
So it wasn't all at once, I think, in other words.
Makes sense.
So that was that. What are your thoughts about your first sort of full-on classical game?
Yeah, that's a lot of very complex ideas, a lot of thinking really deep that I guess I'm not too used to. And then again, another thing that I recognized that I struggled with even in this recap here is knowing the order of things, knowing the right moves, but not when to make them. So I guess I need to really recognize when to make a move and when not to. When it wonders.
Can you give me an example of what, so I get a better context of, because I think I know what you mean by that, but could you find a moment in this game where you would struggle deciding on the order of things? Sorry, not to put you on the spot, just so I get a better sense so we can work on this maybe in the future.
So recognizing that E6, I said E6 far too early. You'd play E6 when the king is on F7. I said play E6 when king was still on E8.
Oh, you mean knight E6?
Yeah. Going.
No, but knight D4, he did play knight E6 actually almost immediately afterward. So like here,
I thought there was a move in between.
He went knight D4, knight E6, but you did suggest that knight E6 might have been a threat, whereas the real threat was knight F5. But that's not really a big problem. I can see why you would be attracted by this move. But the way that you can actually think about order in chess
Thanks to Resub Karuna.
Is that you want to make the moves
and vibe
that exploit the most temporary advantage first. So what does that mean? If your opponent is uncastled and he's threatening to castle, and you're choosing between a way to stop him from castling or maybe a way to improve the position of one of your pieces, you know, you got to do the thing that's going to escape you first. So first stop him from castling, and then you can work on improving your pieces. So in your mind, you got to ask yourself, okay, what is the most urgent priority in this position? We can work on that for sure. I could prepare some training positions. I realize that that is a hard thing to do in chess. I struggle with that as well. But from a general perspective, I think that's the mentality you should keep in mind. I know that's very general, so
no, that makes sense.
We're definitely going to work on this.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And then the other thing is chasing down the checkmate, seeing the checkmate possibility, but not knowing the order to make the moves. Like I said, taking the pawn with the queen, which wouldn't have been a checkmate. It would have given him an extra escape square instead of delivering a check with the knight.
Oh, you mean here? Yeah, so the thing is, and this is something you learn also with experience, like when you're already in a situation like this where you smell the checkmate, you smell that it's very, very near at hand, you basically need to have the line calculated until the end. There is a point at which you cannot rely on your gut instinct to, you know, to basically find the right move. Because if you do rely on your gut instinct, you're going to see like 5 different tempting checks, and all of them are equally tempting. So in a situation like this, you would need to calculate, or at least try to calculate, at least several moves ahead. Okay, thank you, Fen Beingold. Because I feel like in your mind, you took this pawn with check and you thought this move has got to be powerful because I'm taking the pawn with check.
Right.
But you didn't emphasize the question, okay, how can black defend against this check? Then you would see the move queen e7. And at this point, it becomes clear that the king now has several escape squares opened up.
Yeah, and he's attacking my knight.
Right, and you can think in terms of squares. Like, think in terms of which squares does the king have, like, right now? Okay, well, it has this square. How do I craft the situation such that he has the least number of escape squares? This move does come to mind because it limits the king's escape only to the move queen e8. And now you just, the more you solve, this is a line that you'll just see. I mean, I don't have any rational way to come up with this sequence of 2 moves, but by solving checkmate puzzles, you simply get better at spotting the stuff instinctually, I would say. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense to me. I mean, I literally have solved, I think, a couple thousand puzzles in the last month. I've been doing so many of those fucking things.
And it shows because you basically guessed every move in this game, which is something that I would not have even come close to doing with you earlier. I would give you like this checkmate in one puzzle, maybe even like 2 weeks ago, but now I'm showing you the entire game and asking you to guess all sorts of different moves. So give yourself a little bit of credit, hey John, but you know, and the puzzles that you solve, trust me, the speed with which you're finding these tactics is, I mean, it's not even close. And just the speed that you're playing with is actually faster as well.
Well, thanks, man. It's all because of a good teacher. Like, you genuine, like, no memes and shit. You actually are, like, an extremely good teacher. 100%.
I appreciate that. Well, you know what they say: good student, good teacher. So you make my job easy.
Thanks. I've never heard anyone say that, but I'm gonna assume it's a real saying. Thanks, man.
I don't think it's real. I think it's bullshit, just like most things I say.
Yeah, it sounded like actual garbage that you made up.
Well, I mean, I have it framed on my wall, but thank you for insulting my wall.
Yeah. It's a shitty wall.
So what do you say we? I mean, we can finish at any moment. We can do like another game. However you wanted to plan your night. I know it's late, so I don't want to.
I'm good with whatever, man. I've only been going for like 2.5 hours or something. I got plenty of
excellent.
chess in me.
Then let me empty an organ called my bladder, and then we're gonna jump right back in, and I want to watch you kick some ass.
Sounds good, man. I think I'll do the same thing. We'll be back in a sec.
Sounds great.
Thanks to the reset. We'll be back in a second.
All right, you guys. So we'll take this chance to say thank you, everybody, for all of the hype, all of the awesome support. Good to see you, John, Anime Girl. Sorry, I'm not reading off the subs as diligently as I usually do, but I do appreciate it. I saw Ben Feingold subbing earlier. Hope you guys are enjoying. And again, it's just a big shout out to my awesome community. I'm having a lot of fun as usual. Yeah, I peed before Charlie did, so you know I'm the big dick in this room. We're probably gonna work a little bit on technique, John, and then he's gonna play a little bit more, and then we might look at another game. I mean, he's learning so fast, it's crazy, crazy that I'm already showing classical games and stuff like that. And remember I collect the names of his opponents. The ratings will be refunded promptly. So those of you who are worried, that has been accounted for. And wow, he is taking his sweet time. Thank you, Lul Polo, for the sub with Twitch Prime. Appreciate it, man. Path to 4,000, amazing. Do you have a list of classical games in order that you share with students? I'm sort of in the process of making. I don't have one yet. I sort of have them in my mind. I have 7-8 games that I normally cycle through, but I could definitely collect it in a list for sure. And that actually is not a bad idea. I will. I eventually get back to everyone. I've been super backlogged recently, but you can just resend it if you'd like. But I will get back to everyone. Don't worry.
What the fuck is
Do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, I do. I am uploading my lessons with Charlie onto YouTube, so you're welcome to take a look at it. And speaking of the devil, here he comes.
Thanks to the resub, whom you talking some shit?
Oh, as always, I never change.
My man.
So, essentially, I was thinking actually.
Thanks to Prime, awesome, and the resub jumper.
Obviously, you can play also, but I was thinking maybe we can do a quick technique practice. So remember that It's probably in your nightmares still, but when I gave up the queen and you tried to beat me,
Yeah, odds game. That sounds good.
I was thinking we should work a little bit on your technique, just not to lose sight of it. Let me challenge you, and this will be another chance to beat a GM, so it's a win-win for you. I'm
Sounds
challenge
good.
you to a 10-minute game. Let's do 10 plus 5. All right, there we go.
All right.
So you can go e4, and now go knight f3. Whoops.
All right.
Here we go. Tension is palpable.
Yeah, I'm looking for something kind of fat, but I don't think I'm gonna find anything too noteworthy.
And you found something noteworthy in the form of an extra queen, so
Yeah.
you've done all the heavy lifting you really need to do.
Of
Now
course.
all you need to do is follow principles.
Yeah.
And I might be a GM, but I'm gonna try to play tricks on you and unbalance the position, but you always have to go back to like first principles. If you're occupying the center, developing your pieces, defending against threats, stopping my threats, nothing bad is going to happen to you when you have an extra queen.
Yeah, that makes sense. So then I guess another thing I need to work on is just not going too hard when I have a lead and like accidentally making some, like this fork right here.
Yep. So it's fine. You only lose one piece, so don't panic.
Yeah.
That's basically nothing when I'm down a queen. And I kind of read your mind there. You forgot to ask yourself, why did I play rook to g8?
Yeah,
Okay,
protecting
I'm
that
not your
pawn.
average village 800. When I move my rook to g8, I actually have a point.
Right. So then I guess
Now,
so
you need to ask yourself, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say the play I had in my head that I thought was gonna make a lot of sense was pushing queen over to g4. So if you took one piece, I'd take your rook, but it's protected by knight.
And g4 is protected by the knight.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
So the whole plan wouldn't work because the knight's there. So then I started asking myself how to get the knight off, but I don't really have a good way of doing that.
yeah, so you're going to lose a piece. You
Yeah.
have two options. You can at least take out a pawn while you're at it, or you could say this, okay, I'm going to lose a piece. Thanks for the subs, guys. And you might as well trade as many pieces as you can while you're at it. So if you're going to move your bishop away, for example, could you move it on such a square that you at least get to orchestrate a trade?
Yeah, so I was bringing bishop here.
Yeah.
Look for this.
And I'm going to take your knight, big shit, but you're still up a queen for a piece, so you should still be able to win this game.
Right.
The key word being should.
Will, yes.
Will? Okay. Well,
Mhm.
we will see about that. Yeah, well, okay.
Mm. All right. I don't really have like a good active square for my knight. Going here doesn't get me much. I can look for a fork here, but I don't think he's gonna let me have that. But I'll still play like I'm playing against someone like my own rank.
Good move. Forcing me to move my king in order to defend the pawn.
Yeah.
Now
So-
use your extra queen. I mean, you have an extra queen, use it.
Mm-hmm. So I guess what I need to start recognizing is the best places for her. So I can't really bring her too deep over here on the GH side because it's all protected by knight. I can't go G4. I can't go G5 or H5. So then the only
Right.
option left brings me to F3 here,
Excellent.
which attacks
That's
the
a
knight.
great option. It attacks the knight. I don't have too many resources with which to keep my position together. I do have one, which is the rook.
Yeah, which protects
But-
that.
You can you can use your queen to keep tightening the screws. Combine your queen with a knight also. Like, remember that the queen and the knight are a very powerful combination. So you can use them together to attack a lot of pieces at once.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Can't bring it there. What's the best place for my knight? Can't bring him. Moving that knight doesn't relinquish anything. Getting the knight over there too. How do I want to play this? So this I have no real options for, but I can use it to like protect this. So what do you think of a move like this to look to attack on c7?
Excellent. And you're actually setting up a fork.
Mm-hmm.
Not only are you attacking c7, now I have to defend c7 because that pawn I cannot afford to lose, especially with a queen. But I am sending you right in the direction of what other little mofo? Look at the whole board. Don't fall in love with just c7.
Right. I guess I'm just not seeing it because that pawn wasn't defending anything besides the d5, which I can't access since I've moved my knight.
Look elsewhere. You're attacking another pawn. Again, you're tunnel visioning on the center and on the c7 pawn. But look at the king side. There's a pawn that's staring you right in the face, which you can just take. There's literally a pawn you can take right now, free pawn, with your queen.
Alright, so then it's just taking the pieces that are given, which is still the lesson that I need to learn.
Yep, that pawn on h4. And maybe part of it is still your desire to do more than that. You see a pawn, it's not really too much. I want something more than just a pawn. I don't know how much of a role that plays, not to put words in your mouth.
No, that's something I've said before. Like, when I see just a hanging pawn or something, I'll often just disregard it, looking for like a more advantageous position, and I think that's a problem.
You're already at the stage where you don't want to do that. Pawns have become a bigger deal than they were when you were, let's say, 700, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can actually win a game now just by like taking a bunch of pawns. So, I'm going to make a very tricky move right now. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say it's going to be very tricky. It creates a threat.
And your
job is to identify this threat. I'm going to go knight d4.
I have an undefended pawn on c2, but I don't think that's the main threat. Checking me at e2 doesn't work. It's protected by my knight.
Correct so far, but you haven't quite seen the threat yet. Monk S. You have much bigger fish to fry than that c2 pawn, let me tell you. Look at that, my rook on g6. What is it accomplishing?
It's threatening my g2 pawn and is...
Again, it's not threatening it, it's pinning it.
Yeah, holding it.
Right,
okay.
The g2 pawn is immobilized, so what am I actually threatening in this position?
My queen by going to f3.
Yeah. Very nice. So that is what you need to defend against at all costs.
So, okay. That makes sense.
And you can do that in several ways. You can unpin that pawn. That would be the easiest way. Because that would solve the disease as well as the symptoms. If you just move your queen away, first of all, you have no squares for that queen. Second of all, I could still give you that unpleasant check on f3. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. So in a situation like that, just unpinning is typically the best decision. Okay.
Exactly. Is this, one could say, a 6-inch move? I mean, more like a 1-inch move. I mean, but... But sometimes you have to oil the machine.
Exit tier 1, Simon.
I don't think you know what I'm saying, but it's fine.
Well, you're making up phrases. I can pick up the context clues, of course.
Well, the high energy sort of alpha people make up phrases. That's just something that's done. Let me go.
This is still hanging too. So now that cuts off this attack I wanted to make, but this pawn is still available. And then it threatens this rook.
And now
as well.
you can put into action one of, I think, what's becoming one of your favorite plans right now. You need frickin' squares for your pieces. You need to open stuff up in order to exploit that extra queen.
Yeah, which is pushing that pawn on f2 up to free up that file.
Nice.
No, but you have a piece that's hanging. You still have that f7 pawn that's undefended I could take with a bishop, which threatens rook. Is that not something I should consider?
I missed that. That's the best move, actually. Oh my god, that's actually the best move. Because if I move my rook, I lose my knight.
Yeah.
God damn.
Okay. So that I thought maybe there was something I was missing on why that's a bad move.
I missed it. Yep. I believe it or not, I do miss moves and I lose games.
That's fucking... I honestly cannot even believe that.
Yeah, now I'm fucked completely. If I move my rook, I lose my knight. I'm going to try to save my knight. But now you can combine a bunch of ideas. If you play the right next couple of moves, you just put me away.
Yeah. Well, so is In this situation, though, I just take this rook, you take with pawn.
Yeah.
I can't put you in check again because it's protected by the knight. Is that still the progression I'd want to look at?
Yeah, first take what's given. Again,
Okay.
take the rook that's given to you and then think again about how you want to open up the position. Revisit some ideas that maybe you had previously.
Okay.
Because again, you have all these extra pieces, but unless files are opened, you're not going to be able to exploit them.
Mm-hmm. So then I still just want to free up this file by pushing this pawn up.
Yeah, and I'm actually not going to say anything after I take this pawn. I want you to find basically the crushing couple of moves here. And you have several ways to do it.
Yeah, so it's taking with the queen first, and then I can immediately look to threaten. But
So
then that gives
you're
up the
forgetting
pin.
about something we talked about.
Yeah.
What is the queen doing to the knight on f6?
It's pinning it, yeah, so I give up my pin.
But what did we specifically mention in regard to pins? What nature are they?
They're temporary.
Which means you need to exploit them as efficiently as possible. And the best way to attack a pinned piece is with what piece?
Oh, the pawn, because, yep. Oh, that's
So,
right. So
you see a direct application of pins in a different context.
Okay.
And I'm losing my knight. Now the rest is just a matter of easy mopping up and just taking everything.
Yeah, so there's no reason here why I wouldn't want to just take your knight with my queen, right, for that free check.
Go ahead. Doesn't matter which piece you take it with. You can take it with the pawn. You can take it with the queen. You can take all sorts of free stuff. You can keep checking. At some point, again, it stops mattering as long as you make sensible moves within like the top 10 choices. You'll be fine.
Okay. So then this is good practice then. So what I immediately looked at was G7 for my queen, deliver a check, take the pawn on G6, take this pawn that's given to me over here on F4 after that, and just go around that way.
Yep. Amazing. And actually, you're driving my king to the back rank, so you can deliver essentially. I'm going to try to stop you, but my empire here is crumbling, so go ahead and start taking shit.
Yeah, so delivering this check here is not worth it because then you're just getting... Well, do I still win that rook? Because you can't protect it once I deliver a check on the back rank.
You can do that too. You can do that too.
Okay.
You're seeing a lot of good stuff. See, I'm not used to you noticing that you don't want to take the pawn, you want to win the rook instead. That's tactical progression right there. Remember how often we talked about tunnel vision, like not looking at the pawn, looking at the bigger pieces. Now you're doing that pretty seamlessly.
Okay, well that's good then. Yeah, it's starting to feel natural. So
for whatever reason, people in my chat are impressed with you here. So.
Well, initially I didn't think I could make that move because I thought you could tuck yourself away onto B8, but I recognized you couldn't do that. So yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay, so then in a situation like this, I tend to the immediate problem, which is the rook that's being threatened, right? So now I want to just get the rook out.
Yeah, you don't want to just give up pieces for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
You could give up that rook and afford it, but no need to just throw around pieces. It's not very good practice in general.
Is there any threat with this? No, I don't think so. So I think moving here would be a good position to be in. This activates my rook and my knight. Thanks for the resub, Alan. And the tier 1 dingbat. I don't really see a checkmate yet, though.
Anything coming to mind?
Yeah, but I'm looking for a way to set up a checkmate, and nothing's coming to mind yet, but maybe that's the wrong way of playing. Maybe I do just want to start snatching pieces and then just play it by ear.
Exactly the right move, because you notice the queen, you have a knight. Knight and the queen are the fastest path to checkmate. You activate your knight. Great move.
Okay.
Now you want to go in for the kill. Just take what's given and activate that knight of yours. And then once that knight is activated, then you can start slowly looking for ways of delivering checkmate.
So then just following along with what I had in my head, so taking this pawn on c5.
There you go.
Okay.
Now you have checkmate in 2 moves, but I don't want you to lose on time, so look for it for 10-15 seconds, but if you don't find it, just keep taking stuff.
Okay. So
I think you'll find it.
Yeah, I think so. It starts with the queen going to b7, that puts in check, that forces the king. What did you say?
I said exactly.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
right.
All right, I thought you said no.
Well, it would be in my interest to say no, but
Yeah, and then
unfortunately,
this is mate.
too nice. Exactly. Nice. Okay, so basically seamless with the exception of that move bishop f4.
Right, which gave you a
Which
fork.
is a product of a very simple product of just not asking yourself what I wanted with that move rook g8. So remember, when your opponents play a move like rook g8, it's usually because they have no idea what to do. Okay? But it's a good practice to still always suspect that they're up to something. They make a move like rook g8, they move a pawn unobtrusively. Some players actually know how to set traps. So you don't just want to ignore their move and play as if they had not made any move at all. So that's really the only takeaway. Other than that, you played fantastic chess.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Anime Girl says, now Charlie's ready to take on Hikaru, basically. Yep.
I'm getting there. I mean, I did exploit a hanging piece that not even a grandmaster noticed, so that's pretty good.
Exactly. Yep. Well, I think you should frame that on your wall.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like clip that and just have it as like some masturbatory material or something in a folder tucked away.
Yeah, the one you take out when you have a bad day and you really just want to quickly and efficiently, finish the job.
Oh, of course.
I made a move the grandmaster didn't see.
Daniel said he didn't see this pawn, but I saw it.
So, armed with the confidence
Thanks to the
that
Prime
you
Sapphire.
can see moves the grandmasters miss, I think people in the regular pool of players are just cowering in fear at the sight of you.
Yeah, Balreet and the boys aren't ready. Thanks to the resub beans.
Fry up some Balreet meat.
All right, I'll hop in. We're on the cusp.
Omega, man. Wow, that's almost 1,000 rated player. These people are like Ludwig strength. So let's see how you handle that.
Thanks to the Prime Salty Butter. Now, what I was going to ask, since 4 knights is the most common down here, is there a line to play that's like a really good counter to it, or is it best just to stay with just the standard, the classic here?
Oh, you mean with black?
Well, either side for 4 knight. Like, is there just a line to play that would be like a nice counter or anything?
For now, you just want to stay with the classic. I think the way you're developing is good. Now, he just made the move knight, but we'll talk a little bit about that after the game. Now, I'm worried that you're not going to find the right reply here. What is wrong with this move knight d4?
Well, it gives him a hanging pawn over here on e5.
That took you like 2 seconds to detect.
Which
is what I like about it.
A lot of it's a lot of patterns, because you can immediately recognize when this knight moves, that pawn's free.
Exactly, that's pattern recognition. Like when you first start playing chess, you're like, how the fuck did these GMs see this in like 2 seconds? But now you can see the progression. You see more and more complicated stuff faster and faster.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really what it means to be good at chess. It's not like the logic in your mind is better necessarily. It's the pattern recognition.
Right. So that had the nice benefit of getting the knight off there as well. So at this point, I just want to keep developing normally, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Occupy the center, cast. I mean, whatever your heart desires here, in whatever order. Yeah, good. I would even play d4. I mean, but d3 is not, it's a solid move. I mean, you protect that pawn on e4. But if you were really ambitious, you would occupy actually your move is good because now you don't have to worry about the pawn on e4.
Yeah, so the reason I play d3, even when that's open, is because sometimes I forget my c4 bishop is hanging if it falls under attack, and the d3 protects that.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
But since my knight's there occupying it, it wasn't hanging, so there really wasn't a reason to play that. But
Exactly. But that comes back to what we discussed. You want to play with an abundance of caution, and there's nothing wrong with that for now. You're not Steinitz.
Right. So in this position, do I want to develop normally and he takes on his own if he wants, or do I want to chase it away?
Let him take. I mean, we talked about the pawn structure. If he wants to move his bishop a million times to introduce an imperceptible weakness in your pawn structure, let him. Let him do it.
That's not off. Okay.
So just keep developing, but be careful because his knight on e6 is
it's protecting those.
Unconventionally placed.
Yeah, it's protecting where I typically would put over there on either f4 or g5.
So you'll have to improvise and find an atypical square for your bishop, or not develop your bishop at all just yet. You have many choices here.
I typically like to develop though, so I was going to go e3 for the bishop to look to maybe attack on. Yeah,
that's fine. Perfectly fine move. After the game, I'll show you how I would have approached that position, but it's not terribly far different from the way you have. So bishop e3 is perfectly good move. My guess is he's going to take your knight. People usually, when they develop on b4, they think they've achieved something when they can double your pawns.
Yeah. Thanks for the tier 1, Vanny.
Anyways. Yeah, he's okay, not yet.
Okay, so now I just want a castle, still just make him take the knight if he wants it.
Yeah, let him remember that tension. People get anxious when they have this tension on the board and they're tempted to resolve it. So you have there we go.
Yeah.
I know these players.
Yep. You and me both, man. Alright, so now I have the B file freed up, which would be good for an attack at some point.
Actually, yeah. Okay. He's attacking your knight. Let's
Okay.
I'd like to move it.
Yeah, so now there's no real active squares to put him up here up front, so I just need to drop him back, right?
And again, you'll do more of this. Retreating move doesn't mean you did something wrong. You've won a pawn on e5, and now the heroes return home.
Makes sense.
And now you have to start thinking about plans. How are you going to introduce okay, well, no, never mind. He basically forces your hand.
Yeah, so now I take with that pawn.
Yep. He's going to take with his knight. This would be another great example of when a retreating move is actually the best move.
Yeah, so this is what I immediately saw. Now that he's relinquished control over here on this side, I can go g5 with my bishop to attack queen, right?
Yeah, but his knight's still on e6.
Oh, right, he still has 2 on it, right?
So that bishop g5 is not a retreating move. Now, is any pawn hanging? Is he attacking a pawn?
Yeah, my c3 pawn still
Is he
hanging.
putting pressure on anything else? You're not attacking, but putting pressure on anything else that you maybe don't want to give up so easily.
The bishop.
Yeah, so could you defend both at the same time?
Yeah, just bringing the queen up there to d2 protects both.
But then you don't want to give up your bishop at all. You want to keep both bishops on the board.
So just bringing it up to protect the hanging pawn over there at d4.
But that you
Oh,
really don't like.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it's dropping it down.
No, and it's good for me. This is good insight. I think.
Yep.
Sometimes automatically, even if you want to find a move like this, your brain rejects it. You're like, bishop d2. But the reality is, you disarm that knight on d5, and that bishop will freaking deliver the freaking final blow in this game. This isn't a concession of any sort, is what you need to understand.
Okay, now, so why would d2 with the queen protecting both not be the right play? Just because I don't want to give up the bishop at all, even though I'm up a pawn? Okay.
You're up a pawn, but you have what's called the 2-bishop advantage. You don't want to easily give up either bishop. That dark squared bishop, mark my words, can become very, very strong in just a couple moves if you play this right.
Okay.
And the same principle applies here. He wants to triple your pawns by taking your bishop. You don't want to let him do that.
Yeah, so I just want to get the bishop out.
There you go.
So I want to keep him on the same diagonal, though, right? Because then I can still hold that pawn.
And the square that you want to move it to is very protected. So if you put it on b5, it could be liable to be trapped by your opponent's pawns. So he's not playing badly here. You can see that these guys, it's not like they blunder on every move, but they also don't have any serious ideas. They make whatever move tempts them in the moment. They don't have a coherent sequence of moves they're trying to make. If you develop some sort of a plan to improve your position systematically, you have a big leg up on them.
Makes sense to me.
So, yeah. Okay, good move. He's made a good move. Now you cannot save that bishop, but it's fine. He's made a million knight moves to take that bishop. You made him work for it. That's okay.
Yeah, but by him moving that knight, that frees up my initial idea of going g5.
That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. Nice. Now you activate your bishop. You see? You retreated. Now you attack. And that bishop on b3 with its dying breaths, it's pinning that pawn on f7. Okay, now you have a great opportunity to make a general improving move that I think earlier would not have come to mind. But now you are sufficiently good enough to realize that sometimes you just have to put your pieces on better squares. And which piece in particular can access a very nice open post for itself.
Yeah, so what I was looking at the second he moved that queen there was looking at e5 for my knight, attacks the queen, and it's still looking at that pawn on f7, but it doesn't develop any of my pieces. Is that not the move you were seeing?
That's unemployed right now.
What was that?
You have several. You have a piece that's like unemployed, and you can employ it ASAP. It's freaking knocking on the door of the employment agency. Look at that rook on f1.
Yeah, so it's still tucked behind that pawn, so just giving it on the e file.
Yep, and you can see that the e7 square is potentially accessible to that rook. So this move, like rook e1, is a move that beginners don't normally play because it's not natural to activate your rooks. But you see why this move is good, right? You put the rook on an open file. Which way do you take?
I want to take on A. Well, take towards the middle, right? So A side.
Exactly.
Okay.
It takes B. Now you have a nice compact little pawn mass.
Makes it tier 1 king.
And you can start thinking about attacking the king side, but first attend to the immediate threats. He's attacking your pawn.
Yep, C2, C3 is still hanging. Pushing it up protects it and attacks the knight.
Exactly, the best freaking move.
Thanks for the prime,
And
Milky.
you can slowly start accumulating pieces on the king side, which, by the way, is completely bare. So he thinks his king is safe behind that pawn cocoon. It's not. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. Who does asking you to win that?
Yeah.
So where do you put your queen?
Yeah, I can just bring the queen. Well, I can bring the queen to D2 to attack that knight.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
He's put it right in the freaking palm of your hand there.
So a move like that, to recognize that it's immediately trapped, like, because I didn't initially notice. I thought he still had a retreating square.
I didn't either. I just checked the retreating squares. I mean, it's not like I abracadabra my way into this. Is B5 defended? Is D5 defended?
Gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
guess what? They just pushed their pawn to C4. You did, so it's like, you know, I also have to check certain things. Sometimes there's a hidden retreating square, like on A4, but that's also defended. Sorry, was that what you were going to ask? Is there some method of determining?
Yeah,
that?
like how would I go about like finding when a piece is trapped? Because going inside of that pawn structure, I can immediately recognize is pretty ill-advised, but I wouldn't recognize right away that it's trapped with one move.
That's exactly it. If it's ill-advised, then it's a precursor to being trapped. So my intuition already suggests that it's trapped, and then you brute force check it. Okay, He takes it, he's down a piece.
Yeah. So, do I want to? So this gives me E7 here, since the queen now doesn't have that control.
Yeah.
I have rook, I have bishop. What do I want to go in with?
Well, what do you think?
I was thinking bishop because it attacks rook, but what was that?
Yeah, you can do that. That's fine. Either move is fine, actually. So I'm rushing you because you don't have much time left.
Okay, and then all right, I'll just do bishop since that's what I initially said.
Yeah.
The other thing I was looking at was rook because then I can attack more pawns all at once.
You can do that too, but once he moves his rook to E8, which he's going to do in about 3 seconds.
My bishop's pinned to it.
It's not pinned. You can still move your bishop away. You can actually reroute your bishop to a very nice parking spot, a long diagonal where it aims at the G7 pawn. Do you see how you can go about doing that? Where could this bishop park itself in order to aim at the king? Remember, the bishop is a long-range piece, so it doesn't have to be on the king side to attack the king side.
So we can just drop it all the way back there to A3 and then B2, but that's a 2-move combination. Is that a...
Fine. 2-move. We talked about the 3-move rule. 2-move is perfect. That's exactly what I thought.
Okay.
And then you could stack that with a queen-bishop battery. If you put the bishop on B2, where could you then put the queen to threaten checkmate?
Yeah, just bring it over there to C3.
Exactly. Bingo. You see how you're coming up with these ideas now, 2-move ideas. You're seeing where the pieces belong. That's completely different stage of chess mastery than, let me just not blunder a piece on this move.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
That's kind of given now for you.
Yeah,
You're not really blundering pieces.
Well, no, there's definitely still those blunders that happen, but mainly it's when I'm chasing down an idea, so at least my heart's in the right place.
Right.
Thanks to the prime milk.
And you don't want to get ahead of yourself in the sense that 2-move ideas are slow. You know, they're 2 moves. So if both kings, let's say, are super exposed, and you're like, oh, let me embark on this 4-move plan, like probably that's going to be unrealistic. But remember, you're up a piece here, so you can afford to take certain liberties in positions where, let's say, you're up a piece, or your king is very safe.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
So I don't know what the hell he's thinking about. He's probably
Thanks to the tier 1, some new
cursing
guy.
his fate.
Yeah, it seems like an obvious move though, right? Moving that rook, that's about the only thing he has.
Only thing you can do other than giving up the exchange. You have some 5-head ideas here that I will show you after the game in order to enrich your understanding of improving piece placement. But the fact that you found bishop a3, b2 is already telling. That's good.
I had this might be one of the 5-head things you're talking about, but I had kind of a cool idea to practice That's kind of nice. I had a cool idea to practice one of the things we talked about, which was dropping bishop to f6. He takes with pawn, which frees up the g file, which I'd come in with the queen. If he takes my queen, I win a queen anyway, but I don't know if that would really lead to a checkmate. In my head, I had something cooked up, but I guess depending on the moves he'd make, it might not work out. So the question off that would be, when would I want to chase down something like that deep?
Let me invite you to an analysis board and we'll discuss that over wine and Cabernet and Sauvignon and cheese.
Of course.
But of course. Let me invite you to an board.
The Botez Gambit.
Okay, invited.
Can't say I've mastered it yet.
So, to answer your question, and I'll do that in a rather roundabout manner. Now, first of all, whenever you're up material, let's say you're up a piece, you need to decide on your risk tolerance. Like, if you can avoid sacking a piece in a speculative fashion, you should, right? Because if you're up a piece, there's really no need to, as my coach would say, you're not writing a book, you're trying to win games, okay? You're not trying to, well, you are trying to impress somebody, but at the end of the day, if you're unsure about a sacrifice and you're not losing the game, then, you know, your risk tolerance in chess should be moderate. But it shouldn't be, you shouldn't go crazy. Now, concretely, the reason I would rule out a move like bishop f6 right now at this point is because you don't yet have any pieces on the king side.
Okay. So.
And by what we talked about, activating a rook via, let's say, a rook lift would take a little bit too much time. Black could bring his queen to g6, so this would be a little bit speculative. Is white much better? Is he attacking? Absolutely. But it would be hard to deliver checkmate. There's no forced mate here.
Okay, that makes sense.
But let's imagine that I would actually lift up this a1 rook to the king side, which you actually can do. This was one of the 5-head things I talked about. Some people look at this rook and say, this rook could never end up on the king side, but that's what makes a rook so strong. You can trampoline from one side of the board to the other in a matter of seconds. And through what square could it access the king side?
A4, baby.
Rook a4, a6, and then rook to h4. Stream is frozen. 1 second. No, it's not. That would be an ID 10T. So rook h4. And the thing is, now you're more ready to play bishop f6 because you already have the rook on h4. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so same idea, but prepped.
If he plays bishop e6, I would now already consider the move. Oh my god, you have something. Why? Wait 1 second. I'm calculating it. If this works, it's freaking jizz-worthy. Sorry. Yep, it does actually work. So if you go bishop f6 and he takes it, it would be great if this move were checkmate, but the pesky black queen can now move to f5 and defend g6. Remember that Bobby Fischer against Benko game we looked at, where there was that rook sacrifice that intercepts one of the defenders?
Yeah, so I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Application here where you basically use a rook sacrifice to intercept the queen.
Yeah, so you just
what am I talking about?
You stop the queen from even getting there. You go rook to e5 to cut that off.
Exactly, and now you can give a nice juicy little check. What am I talking about?
Right there on g5 since it's not protected anymore.
And now you want to pile up on the h7 pawn with your queen, but you want to do that in a very careful manner while keeping the f5 square under control so that black's bishop could not go there. So what square accomplishes all of that?
Going knight to d4 to protect that square.
Again, you're forgetting about time. You sacrificed the
too
rook.
long, yeah.
You let black take. Now
yeah,
the queen, you need to threaten checkmate on this move.
Right.
Checkmate with your queen.
So it's putting a check again at f6.
You could, but that doesn't actually do anything. I'm going to give you a hint. You want to threaten checkmate on h7 with your queen. It's a unassuming little move, but it gets the job done because it just threatens checkmate on h7.
Well, bringing the queen was it just bringing the queen over?
Yeah, to h5. Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes you have to make these moves because black has no defense. If he goes bishop f5, you take the bishop. If he goes queen e4, well, you take the queen. Black can try to run his king, and now it's checkmate in 2 moves. Try to find it. And the first of these 2 moves is a little bit of a subtle little move to show black who's boss.
Yeah, yeah, I think I see it. It's just going queen g5 first check, has to fall back, and then bringing it.
He goes back. We just had this position.
Oh, nothing.
For some reason, have an aversion to mating him along the H file.
Yeah, I guess I keep doing that, huh? I guess the thing I saw is just pushing him back, but then yeah, I can't get the pawn. Yeah.
Mate in 2 moves. So you're already at the stage where you need to be seeing the checkmate when you're saying a first move. Don't try to guess your way into this, asshole.
Yeah, it's that has to start then with taking the pawn then on h7, so you deliver check there. That gives him 1 retreat square.
And then he has another retreat square, and you let him escape. So that's why I said this first move is subtle. You have to push the king back first, and then take the pawn with check, mate.
Yeah, so it's h6 first, and then yeah.
So what I would actually do, and I will make you feel a little bit better. Actually, finding these types of checkmates is harder. People assume that tactics that involve checkmate are the easiest because they end the game immediately, but they're actually the hardest. Hunting down the king is a very, very tricky little business, as we saw in that Steinitz game, right? Where you had to find that one convoluted sequence. So when you're solving problems, and you can do this alone. Remember when you solved fork-related problems?
Oh, I solved a lot of those bad boys.
Yeah, you're never going to forget that. I think that you should do the same thing with checkmate. I think you can mark checkmate as the objective in those tactics.
Okay.
Let me actually check that myself. Give me a second. I'm checking if you can do that. So learning, clearance, sacrifice, discovered attack, 4-move checkmate. Yeah, so you can check 4-move checkmate and advanced checkmate. And those are going to be tough. But I want you to solve like 100, 200, 2 rooks, everything that says checkmate in that giant list of themes. Mate in 1, mate in 2. I want you to check those boxes and solve 200, 300 problems on the theme of checkmate. So, but you see how much the fork, it was torture in the moment, but you see how quickly you're seeing these forks. Now, the same thing will happen with these 2, 3-move checkmates. You're going to start seeing them very fast.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So this would have been checkmate. So you see then the relationship between the number of pieces on a side of the board and the possibility of checkmating your opponent. Rook e5 is actually, let me see if the computer approves of this move. It does. It's the best move in the position, rook e5. Nice. So these rook sacrifices, it's, interception, chess is one of the fields in which an interception is a good thing. Tell that to Jimmy Garoppolo, but
Jesus, you and your fucking sports, bro.
Well, being from San Francisco, I've experienced the golden age of sports in the last couple of years.
Of course.
Except the 49ers, who have lost. So essentially, the rook lift can happen from any side of the board. Lesson number 1. Lesson number 2, you see how quickly you're identifying the way the position has changed. And the only other thing I wanted to point out is, again, to remind you, moves like bishop d2. Do not be afraid to bring your pieces back in order to defend crucial squares, because you're going to bring them forward again later on in the game.
Yeah, I think that's another thing I need to just work on, because I'm always bringing forward in order to stay advancing or protect in some way. But yeah, if I brought it forward there, I'd lose it, which I didn't even recognize immediately.
Right, exactly. And another thing I would consider here is actually going c4 and then bishop c3, bringing the bishop to this long diagonal, then dropping it back and stacking on the queen on top of it. So that's like a GM level plan. That's like 4 moves long.
Yeah.
But in any case, your move rook e1 and bishop g5 are both excellent. This is like the second best move according to the computer. So you're getting better. Perfect. What do you say we finish off with one more display of your mastery?
Yeah, sounds good to me, man. Give me just 1 second, though. I got to go check on my dog.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back. Tetra, what's going on? What's going on?
All right, you guys. Hope you're enjoying. I will be doing some sub games after this and sharing some stories. I'm gonna stream for maybe another hour afterward. So hope you guys are having fun. What was his reaction to Fischer Benko? Well, I think he freaking wet his pants there. Because the reason I showed Fischer Benko, John, is because Chio tomorrow is 8:30. Because he had something very similar in one of his earlier games, actually. But anyways, is there a way to sync? Whoa, Box Beatsy with a sub, Tuxorm with another 200 bits. Appreciate all the hype, you guys. Whoa! Okay. What's the difference between Twitch rivals and PogChamps? I'll explain that right after our lesson. Okay. So thank you, Profernity. I appreciate it. Appreciate all of your support, you guys. Almost going on 4,000 subs. I still can't believe that, you guys. Crazy stuff going on. Crazy stuff going on. $8:30 p.m. for Chio, but I will confirm with you guys a little bit later. And I will be answering questions after we finish our lesson stream. So save all of your questions, you guys. I will answer. We will be doing early morning sub Monday. Yeah, we got to beat Hikaru's highest rating with the sub count. Just saying. Thank you, Capinator. I appreciate it. You're too nice. Chiyu is just trying to get better, so we're going to do some lessons. Okay. Board burgers joke. I'll think about it. I am Eastern time zone. I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, so it's 2:05 a.m. for me. But I'm just going to make some tea, and I'm going to come back stronger for the last part of the for the stream. Yes, that was me. Thanks, Unconvention. That was me. Well, you'll see, Nanuka. I will try to show you how she can improve. Chess was invented 2,000 plus years ago. Well, I have several teas. I'll have to decide. There's no real schedule for my streams. I usually stream later at night around this time, but I am still working on trying to release one. 8:30 p.m. Can adults get good at chess? I absolutely don't hate Hikaru. Never said that. Let's not. We've had awesome hype this stream. Let's not bring any drama into it. What time zone? Eastern. Hard to say unconventional. I'm still trying to organize one. I'm grinding as hard as I can. So if there's at least a window of opportunity, I'll try to do it. When is the chess update coming out? Tomorrow, probably. I will be taking a short break from streaming in about a week. So because I will be flying back home to the Bay Area just to visit, and starting in mid-July, I'll be back in Charlotte, and I'll definitely have a consistent stream schedule. I'll start to grind harder than ever. I just need to kind of hit the reset button a little bit with my sleep schedule and stuff like that. I agree, John. John is a case in point. I am coming to the Bay. I will be in the Bay Area, visiting home. But, it's been a while since I've seen my family, so got to put my priorities in order. I won't forget the mask. Don't worry, guys. I'll try to be safe. But, at that point, I might have to take a little bit of a break just to spend time with my family, stuff like that. I've been grinding pretty hard recently, so, got to take a little vacation. I will not miss Twitch Rivals. I plan my flight so that I do not miss Twitch Rivals. I changed my tickets, actually. I changed my tickets so I don't miss Twitch Rivals.
All right, I'm back.
All right, damn it.
Sorry. I gave you a long break, though.
I was having such a good time. Thousands of subs were flying in, and then you come back. Damn. Hype is over, guys.
Yeah, it's all right. You didn't need them.
Put your credit cards back into your wallets. Okay. Devin Helly, what an intimidating...
Going queenside.
A rare guest.
Yes, this is odd. Doesn't change the development, though, right? If I remember correctly.
No. And knight c6 is not the best move, but it's the training wheels insofar as it comes to these other openings are still on. So this is okay.
Okay. So then would it have been better to develop the other knight first then?
Yes, it would have, because now you see the problem. See, he's putting pressure on your pawn on d5, and my hint is that you want to support this pawn with another one of your pawns.
Yeah, this is a. This isn't It is Queen's Gambit because he brings the queen out and then he looks to win back a piece if I take this pawn, yeah?
Right, so you don't want to take, you want to keep that
Yeah.
strongholds exactly. And then you want to keep
Thanks for
developing
Prime Ally.
normally. It's a little bit passive, but your bishop on c8 is a little bit locked in. But that's really a first world problem.
So now he's cutting off this check on b4, which
Okay.
I wasn't really going to deliver anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So just keep developing normally. Don't be intimidated by his moves. All right. This is a cross between a London system and a Queen's Gambit. He's playing it well, but keep developing.
Okay, so first thing I notice here is e4 is open here, but I don't get too much out of the position. Is it something I still want to think about, or do I just want to keep going where I'm used to
I
going?
would finish my development. And again, you're black, so it doesn't have to be super active. As long as you castle and make your king safe, you've gotten the job done. So, and again, this speaks to something that I know you don't love to do, which is to develop your pieces in sort of a modest fashion.
Yeah.
Where can you move your bishop on f8 to?
The e7.
Go ahead. You got to castle first. Then you'll think about how to make your position more active. Maybe you will put a knight on e4. That is a nice idea in the future. But let's first attend to the business.
So how does the Queen's Gambit typically work then? I know you play the well, hold on.
Okay, he just helped you.
Yes.
How did he help you?
Do I just want to?
How do you?
Yeah.
What should you take back with?
I should take with the queen, right? Because now I'm developing the queen out here.
No, but developing the queen in the opening. Since when is that a good idea? He's
Well-
allowed you to open up a diagonal for something else. That bishop on c8, it was blocked
Okay.
by the pawn on e6. But why didn't
Okay.
you play e6 in the first place? Did you play take with a fucking queen?
Well,
If you take another queen, then you wouldn't have had to play
you
e6.
you hyped it up. I thought I was looking for something big. Like you made it sound like it was a huge mistake. Like, oh, if you take with a queen, there's a checkmate in only one move. I didn't
Well,
know.
I apologize for not bringing you to a state where you can win with black in 8 moves.
Well-
I have sinned, father.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you're barely a GM, I suppose. All right, so then typical move I play developing with this is going to g4, pin knight to queen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're exploiting the concession he's made. So why do you take with the
Makes
pawn?
the
Also because
tier
you
one
keep
chassis.
a stronghold in the center. You keep some control over the center. Okay.
So in this position, I drop it back, hold the pin. If he pushes up again, won't matter.
Exactly. Then he weakens his position further.
Yeah, he also can't trap my bishop either. He's got the pawns trapped, or he has no pieces to get in the position there.
Exactly. So this is the sort of situation when, okay, it keeps developing. What comes to mind for you?
Well, since there's nothing hanging, there's nothing like I can really look to threaten
Yeah.
at the moment. I was just going to keep developing pieces. So what I was looking at is getting a rook involved by bringing.
Nice. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm excited you mentioned that.
Mentioned which part were you excited about? I can say it again, but slower.
The fact you can take out that material you stored in that folder somewhere. I would
Yeah.
take it out if I were you.
Okay, so
All
then
right, move, bitch.
so the rook move I was gonna make was just bringing rook to e8, look into position to threaten on king side.
Very nice. And another thing is you can slowly prepare to put a knight on e4. You can't put it on e4 yet because it has 2 defenders and only 1 defender on your side, the pawn on t5. But you can prepare it with a very crafty little move. That rook on e8 can potentially control the e8 to the e4 square. What's standing in its way?
My bishop.
Okay, so where could you tuck that bishop away? You actually have a brilliant tactical idea here, but we'll talk about it after the game. What can you do here to reinforce your control over that square?
And I just dropped my bishop back to f8.
Nice, and it's again retreating move, but it has a very clear intention, putting that knight on e4.
Yeah, which is a move that I wanted to make a little while ago, but couldn't make because of the bishops, and that frees that up.
You're also creating a threat. You have 2 pins in this position. Can you name them?
Right now, it's the pawn on e3 and the knight on f3.
So there's a pawn that you're at. Okay, well, he's threatening one of your pawns, which you should defend. So which pawn is he threatening? One. He's threatening not only a pawn, but he's threatening to take it with a fork.
I guess. Oh, because the bishop's still guarding it, right? I haven't moved the bishop, so he's just attacking this c7 pawn. So I bring my rook in.
You have
Yeah.
just the piece to defend it with.
Do I want to bring the rook in to develop that? Okay.
Very nice. And then you can chase that knight away back to a6. So I was going to ask you, there is a pawn that used to be hanging, which is now defended only by the knight on b5. The other two alleged defenders of that pawn are both pinned. Do you see what pawn I'm referring to?
Yeah, it's the d4 pawn, right?
Yeah, so if you chase the, if he doesn't, okay, he does, man, this guy is pretty good. But now you can proceed with your plan. You don't even need to hurry with a move a6. What was your plan in the first place? Why did you drop your bishop back to f8?
Because I still want that e4.
Yep, go ahead. So another great thing is now his knight on b5 is kind of stranded. So you're threatening to go a6 and actually trap it on b5. Now this guy is actually playing very well for his rating, so my guess is he's going to see it, but we'll see. If he makes the correct move in this position, I will start becoming a little bit sus. But I won't name it in case he's watching.
Yeah.
I will only tell you if he's made it or not once he makes it, because this move is not okay.
Well, that's
the Naroditsky jinx.
I love that, man. Every time you're like hyping a player up, they suck the fattest butthole.
And it happens on my own stream too. Even when I'm playing GMs, I say, "This guy's a god. He sees everything." Boom, blunders the queen.
I love it, man. I love that. So now in this position, now that I'm up a queen, now I just want to make those trades, right? So do I want to take knight with knight here?
Clear the cobwebs. Clear the freaking cobwebs.
Okay, so I'm going knight into knight over here on e5. Yeah. He takes back with the pawn. Oh, bishop.
Get rid of the annoying pieces. Like, chase away the pieces that are annoying you, one after the other. Which is the most annoying little thorn in your side piece?
Right now, it's that knight on b5.
Yeah, fuck out of there.
Okay, so to chase him away, what is the better position to put it? Do I want to push my c pawn to c6?
Either. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
Yeah, literally preference. Because if you notice, he might take that pawn on a7.
It's hanging, yeah.
A similar move to what your opponent did in the previous game. Puts the knight in a compromised location, and you can trap it with what move? And that's exactly what will happen in the game. How can you trap this knight?
No, I'm just bringing my rook over, right? It has no retreat squares anymore.
Exactly. So, game is over. Well, you will win the knight. You'll be up a queen. And this is actually, I think, a great way to round off this session, because it will give you a chance to show me how great your technique has become. Okay, well, he's doing the right thing. He's taking it at least for a pawn, but I mean, it's nothing.
Yeah, it's still a knight for a pawn, which isn't great.
Yeah, exactly. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, he is cursing his fate. Oh, what an effective five-head move. Tucking the bishop away.
Yeah, so well, what I was looking at here is just the simplest thing that's looking me in the face is going over there to either h4 or, now that he's moved the bishop, f6, and look to just go right up there into the f2 pawn.
Exactly what you want to do. Queen f6 is the best move. I was going to guide you toward it, but you find it yourself.
Okay.
And asking yourself how his last move has changed the position. I loved that you fit that observation in. He's moved his bishop away from controlling that square. You notice it, and then you bring your queen onto that square, which was recently controlled by one of his pieces.
Okay, now the question I had is, why is f6 better than h4?
It's not really better. It's just that f6 is a little bit more of an unobtrusive square, so it's less likely you blunder your queen or it gets in the middle of things.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how has his move weakened his position?
Well, now he has the, well, not the full diagonal, but he's now pushed a pawn away from king's defense. He's got bishop, which is locking him in here on h2.
Okay, so I guess what comes to mind in terms of actually winning this game?
Well, the first thing I looked at was moving this knight on e4 to c3 to maybe move a rook out, but that probably isn't like a great play.
It is. That's the best move in the position.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Jesus Christ. Nice, c3. Because you're exposing the attack on the e3 pawn. Again, applying that principle, his last move has weakened the pawn on e3. It is now not defended by any other pawns. And actually, if he plays rook e1, you have a really nice combination. You can sacrifice temporarily a rook and crash through and win everything in return.
Yeah, is it going right through on e3 with that rook?
Yeah, exactly. And then after he takes a rook, how do you follow up? Okay, he doesn't even do that. So now he just gives you everything for free.
Yeah, so this is, I guess, where the progression comes into play. Do I want to start with this e2 check with my knight?
No, that blunders the knight to the bishop.
Oh,
Start
right.
again. Don't overthink it.
Yeah,
Take what is given to you first.
Yeah.
Everything that's free, the free pieces, pawns, take them.
yeah.
Exactly. So you'll worry about the mates later. There's another pawn. Now he's either going to blunder the bishop, or if he moves the bishop, there will be another pawn that you can take here. Once you get that over with, clarity arises out of the situation.
Yeah, so I just need to take care of this f4 pawn. Well, I can't, though, because the bishop's still there, but...
Not the f4 pawn, but there's another pawn.
Yeah, the d4 pawn.
Exactly, take it.
Yeah.
And you can start tightening up the screws, activating your pieces, bringing them to the second rank. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then, so the next move I'd want to make here is pushing rook to e2, which is the...
Exactly.
Yep, discover check, win a bishop.
Bingo. Even if he moves his king out of the... Okay, he doesn't. Go ahead, take... Hunt.
Yeah, okay, so it's starting to feel a lot more comfortable.
Yep, I can just tell you're starting. Your mind is settling on the right move immediately. You don't need to like guide it like a broken compass to the right direction. Like you don't need to wind the clock. You just see the move.
Yeah, this is feeling nice right now. This has been a very productive session.
This session is like one of those, and this is what makes I think chess such a. You just can see how much better you are when you compare your performance.
Yeah, that felt nice.
It's just obvious. So very well done. You won all the games. You're almost at 1,000, which
we're getting there.
Unheard of heights. We're getting there. I think your real strength right now is probably a little bit over 1,000. So again, remember when you hit a new high, ups and downs are to be expected. You are going to have a game where you blunder a piece. Am I going to my old self again? Do not worry. That is a completely natural part of growth. Like sometimes you roll up and then you roll back down a little bit, but it's not you rolling back down. It's you kind of reapportioning space in your brain for, when people like have brain damage as a kid, the remaining part of their brain reapportions itself to fill the space. It like tightens itself. So the same thing happens when you learn all of these new skills. Sometimes take the place of simple things like checking for blunders. So some stupid shit is to be expected, but once you get that down, you fully stabilize on the next level, and I think you just did.
Thanks, man. Yeah, that was a very, very laborious way of complimenting me. I like that. That was. Yeah,
well, I don't know any other ways of complimenting. I don't want you to get full of yourself, so I have to temper it with brain damage analogies.
Of course. Well, yeah.
You understand because they're near and dear to your heart.
Yeah, naturally they make sense to me, of course.
Of course, yeah. Hit close to home, didn't it? So. Awesome. How do you feel? How do you feel playing these games? You feel more confident, I assume, from what you just said?
Absolutely, yeah. These have felt significantly better. I also think after the tournament, taking a couple days off was great. Just get a little recharge and come in with fresh eyes.
Absolutely. Recharging the batteries and onward to greater heights. So well done today. That was awesome. And my recommendation in the meantime, if you have the time and the desire to torture yourself, checkmate puzzles should be your top priority right now in terms of tactics. And in terms of move order and the order in which to do things, finding more complicated plans, that's our next project. And once you get that down, you're a full-fledged club player, my friend. So paradise is on the way.
Can't wait, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm looking forward to our next session.
Me too. We'll be in touch. I'll let you enjoy the rest of your night and your stream. I'll kick some subs ass because I can't go more than an hour without filling my own ego.
Of course.
But this was a great session. I'm legitimately pumped. So good luck solving, and me too. I'm looking forward to the next one as well.
Awesome, man. Well, I'll talk to you soon, bro. Have a great stream.
All right. Have a great night, Charlie. All right. Bye.
All right. I'm going to, again, check on my dog. I took her out and I gave her water and food, but I think she just really wants to play, even though it's 3 a.m. and Tiana's trying to sleep. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. What's going on? Alright, team. Yeah, I don't think Tetra's feeling very well. She just diarrheaed all over my little workout equipment. All fucking over it. I just took her out, like, last time I got up, and she shit all outside, and then came in and shit all over all of my shit. Like, to the point where I almost think it was, like, an insult to me, like, fuck you, Charlie. Because she diarrheaed and walked all around the room. So it's like this coliseum of dog shit now. So I'm gonna go take care of that and make sure Tetra's feeling all right. So I'm gonna head out for now. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the Prime, Luck, and Hash Brown. Everyone who donated, a huge thank you. Really appreciate it. New subs, welcome aboard. The sub means a ton to me, so thank you for subbing. I hope you enjoy all the emotes, and thanks again, everyone. And take it easy. See ya.